Yo, what's going on? Fester stumbling in, making it through the fog. Michelle's here today, post butcher face. So, what a difference. Grammys last night, Tampa shout out. Didn't watch a thing. Didn't watch any of the Grammys last night.
Who shouted out Tampa? Was it the local rapper?
Yeah, local rapper who I never heard of. What if she's heard of us?
I'm sure she's a big fan.
Yeah, I'm sure she's a huge fan. Yeah. So I just never heard of the local rapper, but listen, that's great. Tampa got a shout out last night on the Grammys, which Michelle and I didn't watch 1 second of the Grammys. Just a lot of stuff today. Just a loaded Monday as usual. Fester, fog was probably the heaviest I've seen it so far this year.
Yeah.
You can talk over the foghorn. You don't have to stop talking.
No, I want to give the foghorn its space. I
Thought you stopped talking again.
Because I don't want to disrespect the foghorn. Today, if any day, it is very
Can
needed.
I tell you right now, in real life, I've never heard a freaking foghorn in my life. I've never heard. Just like Scooby-Doo cartoons. That's the only place that, hey, Scooby! Wasn't there like a foghorn in a couple of Scooby-Doo episodes?
I remember my dad bought a van and it had fog lights on it. And we never, yellow lights and they were low. We never used them. Yeah. Oh, it has fog lights.
Hold on. Your dad had a van with yellow fog lights?
We had.
That must have been aftermarket because I can't remember any factory vehicle that had yellow fog lights.
Nah, but it probably was. He probably thought they were the coolest thing.
I had a few cars over the years that had fog lights, but for the most part, the fog lights have disappeared.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, what happened to the fog lights on cars? I don't know. It just kind of boop. Maybe there's a Wikipedia entry on fog lights and when fog lights. Fester, you don't have to look it up.
There's a whole Reddit thread on fog lights.
No, but seriously, this morning coming in. The Howard Franklin was the foggiest that I've seen it thus far this year, but also notably rolling down 4th Street, getting off at 275 South 4th Street, you couldn't see the traffic lights. Usually you can see the traffic lights all the way down. You couldn't see the traffic lights until you were pretty much on top of the traffic lights.
Yeah, and I'm always amazed at how people feel so comfortable driving so fast in the fog.
That's why you have the... You know what? I need that to come out of like a speaker on my car. That's why I need a giant foghorn on my vehicle, letting the cars know I'm coming through the fog.
Yeah, today would be a good day for it. See, that's why I don't talk over the foghorn. I talk over the foghorn, and all you hear is, you got to give the foghorn its space. This is not a talk overable sound effect.
Yes, it is.
It really isn't.
It absolutely isn't.
It sounds like hell.
No, it's absolutely a talk overable sound effect.
No.
Anyway, so Michelle,
thank you.
Oh, now you're saying it's not a talk overable?
It's not.
Keep talking and keep playing the sound effect to see how you sound.
You stop when you play it.
No,
stop talking.
I'll keep talking over the sound effect.
Now you will, but before you weren't.
All right, by the way, Michelle's face is 100% better. A little bit of bruising, I think, on one of the cheeks over there, but wow, what a difference 5 days makes, 6 days, whatever it was. You had the procedure when? Last month?
Wednesday afternoon.
It was Wednesday?
Yeah. She came in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then Wednesday.
Well, that's right. Wednesday last week, and then Wednesday night, that's when I took the photo.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I got to put a side-by-side up maybe on my Instagram, or you can see Michelle on MJTV this morning. For those that don't know that, we're on the air on 104.7 FM every morning, but we're also on MJTV. It's a YouTube stream live every single morning. And if you want to get to our stream, just go to mjmorningshow.com. And then on the top, you'll see MJTV on the nav bar at the very, very top. Click on that. And then there's a little streaming live MJ logo. And whenever we're 6 to 10 a.m. live, Monday through Friday, you can click on that and go right to the live stream. But then below that, we have all of the links to all of the previous shows. So, later today, if you don't get any of MJTV, if you're, sitting at work and, you want to kill some time, just go to our website, mjmorningshow.com, click on MJTV, and bring up today's stream or tonight or, whatever. So just a lot of different aspects of being able to consume the show, not to mention that every show is also podcasted every day by, usually 11 a.m. or so. The entire show, all 4 hours or just shy of 4 hours of the show is kind of compacted. Most of the commercials are taken out. The streaming puts in a couple, but it's not a lot, compared to the normal load. But you can stream us. You can watch us live on MJTV. You can listen on 104.7 FM. You can listen to the podcast later on. So many, many aspects. Oh, speaking of listening to us on 104.7 FM, last week, we had a number of complaints. Hey, are you guys on the air? Hey, I can't get you guys. I turned you on. Are you guys still employed? Did they fire you? What's going on? Well, I'm sure that day is coming at some point. Yeah, at some point they'll fire us. But I don't know, maybe this week. Who knows? But the point is that a lot of people had trouble getting us, and it was primarily north and south. So up near Spring Hill, then down Bradenton and Sarasota, people were having trouble. And that is an atmospheric issue that happens numerous times a year. And a lot of times it's, mid to late January, early February into Feb. Oh. And it's just it's a temperature inversion, and it's just a propagation of the FM signal. And it wasn't just affecting us. It was affecting a lot of radio stations, and it just happens. Like you have this atmospheric issue, which just screws with the FM radio transmission to the point where our station, which usually blasts in for a lot of people, that then they have interference from other stations that are on our frequency or close to our frequency. Yeah, from far away. It's just a weird atmospheric syndrome that happens several times a year. It's a temperature and an atmospheric issue, and it totally F's up our signal. So we didn't go anywhere, at least not yet. So hopefully, you don't have that many issues with it.
Hey, thanks for the explanation, Mr. Science.
Dude, I'm just being, I think it's important. You got a lot of people that are having trouble listening.
No, it's important, but you started the day off really nerdy. That's a lot. Wow.
And then with the fog this morning, it might be another issue with the temperature and,
right.
As I mentioned a little while ago, it's an inversion.
MJ Nye, the science guy?
No.
Is that what you are?
Mr. Science over here.
What do you think of MJ Tyson DeGrasse? Huh?
MJ Tyson DeGrasse. Didn't he get Me Too'd?
No. Did he?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, he had, look, Fester. Look, all right.
We'll look it up.
Michelle, look it up. Look up Neil deGrasse Tyson and then Me Too. I'm telling you, he had a little touch. He was touched.
Was he touched or was he touching?
No, well, I'm just telling you. I don't remember the exact details, but I remember that he was mentioned in the whole Me Too deal, and I like the guy. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is. I'm always riveted if ever I see him pop up on TV, I want to hear what he has to say from his brilliant physicist, whatever the hell he is, science mind. It interests me. So, Michelle, what have you found?
Nothing. Sexual misconduct allegation. I'm scrolling.
Yes.
I'm scrolling.
All right, so what does it say? I got to take a break. Just give me a little.
He was accused of rape by a woman, while an additional 3 women alleged inappropriate sexual advances. 2018.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not making crap up. You guys, I can't believe.
I had to scroll to the bottom of the page.
I would totally let him hit on me. I mean, everybody has their own journey, and I'm not trying to judge anybody else saying that. But if Neil deGrasse Tyson came after me, we'd be going for dinner.
He seems to have weathered the storm, the solar storm.
Yeah, a bunch of them have.
Yeah. So from Deadline Hollywood, let me see the headline. Neil deGrasse Tyson addresses sexual misconduct accusations. I'm the accused, so why believe anything I say? Listen, a lot of people were making claims, and I'm guessing there were some erroneous claims during the whole Me Too issue. Just getting rolling. It's a busy Monday morning. You don't want to miss one moment of this crap fest, of this radio dumpster fire. 6:09, traffic's on with Schreider. We're back in minutes. MJ Morning Show.
Good morning. We do.
MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. MJ, Fester, Michelle in this week. I believe every day. Am I correct that it looks like you could be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday?
Does it look like that to you?
Well,
you're the only person it looks like that to.
You're here today.
Yeah. You know how commitment averse I am. I don't like to make commitments. And,
Will you admit that we have discussed you coming in every day this week?
I'll admit that you suggested it and asked.
No, I think you said.
No,
I think,
see what you did? That's exactly what you do to me all the time.
I think, Michelle.
We had this conversation. No, you said it, and I either didn't respond or was like, oh, okay, and, walk away. And then you turned this into we had a conversation.
All right, so the hunt is going well. Yeah. The search for a brand new MJ Morning Show permanent female member is going very, very well, and there are some good possibilities, some great opportunities, and I'm excited about in the coming weeks or month or so to introduce a brand new member, a permanent member of the MJ Morning Show. So very excited about that. Fester, we'll get into that later on. Fester told me during the break that he had an FHP run-in. Yep, later on, probably 7 o'clock hour. Fester with a Florida Highway Patrol run-in. We will discuss coming up on the MJ Morning Show. Stand by. I had this in my pile last week. Just didn't get around to it. And as I was going through the old material, just seeing if I skipped anything or missed anything important, I realized that I missed this. That is me. Fester, what are you?
Something's playing in the studio.
Hold on. Something's playing in the studio?
Something is an audio. Is audio coming?
All right, quiet.
All right, it's not anymore.
There's nothing. What are you hearing? Voices now?
I might have been hearing voices. I thought I heard something.
Is that a symptom of obesity?
You know what? So I'm so glad you asked that because
eat me.
The national
eat me.
The National Council on the it's called the OD. It's called the Obese Deaf. This OD, just OD, odd.
What are you saying?
The Department of the ODD, the Obese Deaf Department, it's part of the Department of Health, talks about, sometimes you put on so much weight that it cramps your ear canal.
And you hear voices?
And you could hear you're hungry. You're hungry now. So, if you ever hear somebody say that, hear voices in their head compelling them to eat, that's a real thing.
Well,
so I thought I heard something. I guess I didn't. It must have been bleeding over from Andrew's room or something.
Well, guess what? This particular item, which I had in the pile last week, or might have been the week before, actually is food related.
Does it deal with the ear canal as well?
No.
That'd be crazy.
No, it's the tongue.
I can tell you what.
Did you hear about the tongue shocker spoon?
I'm going to reserve comments.
All right, so this was shown at the recent tech show, the Consumer Electronics Show.
Oh, yeah,
in
I've
Vegas.
Seen that.
Hold on, you saw what?
Is it like?
Hold on, what do you think you saw?
Is for some reason something that sounds like a taser and a spoon had a baby sounds familiar. I feel like
a spoon and a taser, a spazer.
Yeah,
a spoazer. Hold on. So what do you think you know?
Like when it touches moisture of your tongue, it gives a little zap.
Okay, for what reason?
Because you're fat and it wants you to stop eating.
No, that's no.
I thought it was like an anti-overeating tool.
No.
And if you want to eat this bowl of cereal, you better eat it with this spoon.
Wasn't there some kind of a device where you touch the refrigerator handle and it shocked you?
I mean, there's been all kinds of electrotherapy aimed at curbing fat people's desires.
All right, so here's the deal.
When you said the spoon tongue shocker,
it's a spoon tongue shocker, but it's got a whole different reason for being around. It's got a whole different reason for existence. The spoon gives you a little bit of an electrical jolt, which it's not like you're getting tased like on an episode of Cops. Taser, taser, taser! Which, by the way, you hear Michelle laughing? Michelle, tell everyone why you love taser, taser, taser.
Because the minute they get tased, they just fall over like a I don't even just straight.
Like a
stiff.
ton of bricks, like a tree.
Yeah.
Like
Boom.
a piece of
like a tree,
like a
thank you.
stiff piece of plywood. Just
Right. And they don't expect it to happen. I mean, they're being yelled at. Taser, taser, taser. What do they think is going to happen? They're still doing whatever they're not supposed to be doing, and all of a sudden, boom.
What is
and
it?
then they go.
what is it? Pluto TV? Yes, one of the stream.
Yeah.
I think it's Pluto TV. Yeah, every once in a while, they've got like tons of cops episodes on Pluto, old cops episodes, and sometimes I'll just run them. I'm doing work in the house, I'm doing prep for the show. I'll just put a cops episode on, a little background noise, and then whenever there's a taser scene, Michelle just bursts out laughing when the cops deploy the taser, 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 taser. Generally, in training, they're taught to call out taser, taser, taser like 3 times, and when they shoot them with the prongs with the taser, exactly, they like seize up, they freeze, and they fall over like a dead tree. It's like boom, and then Michelle cracks up every single time.
Yeah,
Just entertaining.
There's never a day that won't be funny if you're not the guy getting
All right,
tased.
let me get back to tongue. Taser, taser, taser.
I just looked it up, and this sounds ridiculous.
They showed this, and what's the date I printed this out? I was just going through some old prep in my bag. Because you see my carry bag. It weighs 58 pounds. And I've got just tons of piles of prep and stuff I just didn't get to. So this was, I printed this out like nearly a month ago. This is January 7th that I printed this out right in the middle of the Consumer Electronics Show. And a company showed an electrified spoon. It's called the electric salt spoon. And it sends a gentle electric current to your tongue when you slurp, and it amplifies the savory, salty, and umami notes in every bite. And of course, this is a Japanese company that came up, like on my rice maker, on some of my Zojirushi rice makers. And yes, I have 3 rice makers at the house. Which Michelle finds that humorous. She loves.
No, it's not humorous.
You love to tell people that I'm such a nut job that I've got 3 rice makers.
She's not telling it to people in a braggadocious way.
But some of my rice makers have an umami setting, which cooks just slightly longer, differently to try to extract the umami flavors.
Yes.
So this is the Salt Shocker. Kirin Holdings. I think of Kirin, I think of the Japanese beer.
Really? Because it's a soy sauce.
I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of companies from Japan.
Kirin is beer. Asahi and Kirin are both.
Oh, I'm aware. I lived in Japan.
I realize that. Yeah, Michelle lived in Japan for 5 years. She never lets me forget it. And that's why Michelle can actually communicate in Japanese. Michelle.
Occasionally.
No, listen, when we go to Japan, you can totally get us around. You can totally hold conversations.
As far as you know.
They seem to be answering you okay. Yeah, Michelle is a Marine brat and lived in Yokosuka, which is south of Tokyo. Her dad was a U.S. Marine and stationed at Yokosuka, Japan for 5 years. So Michelle lived there from the age of 10 to 15, and that's a prime time to learn a language, which you did. And to this day, all these years later, you still know a good deal of Japanese. Anyway, we got to try this thing. The electric salt spoon. And people that were trying this thing at the Consumer Electronics Show, they say this is not a gimmick, that it really works.
Yeah, I'm open to trying it, but I didn't get this heavy by not eating the food. I don't need help with that. I mean, it's okay. This is like one of those things like, do we really need this? But if you say so, I'd be happy to try it.
So I guess that this is also a way to reduce the sodium in the food.
Yeah.
And also to replace the sodium reality with this augmented reality of you think you're getting saltier foods, but you're reducing the actual sodium content with the salt tongue shocker. I wonder if there are like different levels. I wonder if you can juice it up to,
You take out a tooth or something? You scar your tongue with a volt mark?
I don't know if there's any like knob on here to be able to turn things up, but that'd be great. Yeah, I want to simulate accidentally touching the 220 volt service for my dryer. with my tongue. All right, 6:31 at the MJ Morning Show. When we get back, we'll dive into the morons in the news. Everybody loves a great pile of morons, and this Monday morning is no different. The morons next on the MJ Morning Show here on Q105 when it's roofing time. A nice, tasty pile of morons in the news right here. You don't need the salt shocker spoon to enjoy this tasty segment of imbeciles. It's the segment that makes you feel better, because when you hear this stuff, you're like, you know what? I thought I was having a hard time. Not having as hard a time as this person right here in Morons in the News on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Man, listen to this. This is a terrible, terrible, terrible girlfriend. Woman in Colorado. She hooked up with a stranger that she met on a bus to kill her boyfriend.
Oh.
What?
You heard me right. A Colorado woman. I mean, it's like a movie plot. She decided to kill her boyfriend because he made fun of her and tried to enlist the help of a random dude she met on a bus, according to prosecutors out in Colorado. Ashley White, 29, was found guilty of second-degree murder after a 3-week criminal trial. The deceased, Cody DeLisa, 28, was killed, according to the prosecutors.
It's terrible.
After he questioned White's ability to land a decent job and then making fun of her. So this psychopath decides to kill the boyfriend. Yeah, she was also convicted of conspiracy to commit second-degree murder and robbery stemming from this incident that happened back in 2020 during COVID. Authorities said the couple's volatile relationship took a really, really nasty, twisted turn in August of 2020 after White had a job interview in Denver. So this female had a job interview. She came home on a bus. Who the hell's calling you?
I got to take this. Hold on. You keep talking.
No, just take the freaking
will.
call. Just do it in the microphone. I don't. Oh, he's leaving the room. What the? I've got to take this?
Must be important.
Fester's just left the room. God, do I have to run that little silence is golden thing like they do at the movie theaters? Do I have to put up every morning? Do I need to run something at the beginning of the show so Fester turns his phone on silent or puts it on vibrate?
You know what? It's going to happen.
I want to know what the hell is so important about a phone call that he's left the studio.
Yeah, it's very important, obviously.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I'm curious about this.
Yeah.
In the story,
Yep.
like she literally just met this dude on a bus. And said, "Hey, let's kill my boyfriend."
Exactly.
And they do. They kill the boyfriend.
Yes, it was a murder trial. It was a 3-week murder trial. So August 13, 2020, she goes to a job interview, comes home, and then the boyfriend starts quizzing her, ends up making fun of her over the job interview, went home, texted the boyfriend from, I guess, the bus to say, hey, here's how the job interview went. And during the exchange, I guess this is where the fun-making began. So while she's riding home from the job interview, the boyfriend starts ribbing her regarding the job interview, starts making fun of her over text.
Well, he does sound like a jerk.
That does, and then it continues. Once she actually gets home, it continues in person. So the boyfriend, in texting, expressed skepticism about her chances of landing the job. That pissed her off. While on the bus, she met a complete stranger who called himself Scott. Hey, Scott, you want to help me kill my boyfriend? He's making fun of me via text regarding the job interview I just went on.
But that really wasn't it. The article I'm reading said that he asked her if she had been raped, if she was in a relationship with a man, and whether he raped her.
I'm about to get to that.
Yeah.
So this guy Scott, asked if she was in a relationship with a man and whether he raped her. I don't know where this comes from. All right. And then White responded that he had. And then Scott, the random guy on the bus, Scott says to the woman, Ashley, well, we got to kill him.
He's got to die. Man.
You imagine? Is this nuts? A short time later, when they got to White's home, Scott introduced himself to the boyfriend as the girlfriend's brother from Texas.
I'm her brother from Texas.
I mean, what a quick scheme.
There's a really quick turnaround time on this.
And then a short time later, they shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
This goes from bus ride home after the job interview, a text exchange.
She didn't get that job in Denver, did she?
She did not.
No.
Yep. So the boyfriend was shot twice in the head. Insane.
And then I guess this guy took off, and they never saw each other again.
Yeah, and Scott took off. Investigators
But that's not his real name.
No, it's not. So after they shot him, White and the stranger left with the boyfriend's wallet. 3 years after the shooting, a woman identified as the girlfriend of Michael Stratton contacted prosecutors saying that she believed that her boyfriend was Scott, who had murdered this guy, Delisa. Wow.
And he was in custody for a separate killing.
Yeah, whole different deal. What a nice guy.
I mean, yeah.
So random people on the bus. Hey, who are you sitting next to on Heartline?
Right.
Or what's
Greyhound?
the Pinellas?
The gun on the bus goes bang, bang, bang.
My
bang,
God.
bang, bang. Yeah.
That's nuts. nuts.
I mean, what are the odds? Like two totally irrational people connect on a bus,
On a
and they're
bus.
like, "Hey, let's go kill my
You know what?
boyfriend."
I
Gotta
would
kill
think-
your boyfriend.
I would think the odds are slightly higher than a rational person would
Oh my
think.
God.
Fester.
When was the last time you tooled around in a
Insane.
bus?
Hey, what was so important about this phone call you had to take in the middle of the show a few moments
It
ago?
was a catering order I'm
I
putting
mean, you
in.
get out of here. Who was it?
It was my guy that I need to do a thing.
Oh, a guy.
Yeah.
Come on, is your wife calling? Well,
No, it was
no, seriously, who was it?
my wife knows better than to call when we're on the radio.
I realize, who was it? Who called you?
I have a doctor's appointment later this week, and they were already starting early to
Hold on.
confirm appointments.
Wait a minute. The doctor's office is calling at 6:40 in the morning?
Well, I left a message for them on Friday to call me early on, or call me on Monday morning.
Dude, you don't go to the doctor. That's a running joke on the show. What do you mean you go to a doctor this week?
It's not a real doctor. It's a podiatrist. I have an ingrown toenail.
Are you serious?
Yeah, if I show you my toes right now, it's gonna.
Oh my God, I don't
you
want to
have-
see.
goodness.
I don't
You
want
have
to see
never-
your Fred Flintstone feet.
You have never seen longer or more ingrown
Oh
toenails than I
my
have
God!
going on
Oh,
right now.
don't.
Look,
Fester.
what am I wearing today, Michelle? I'm wearing sneakers. I'm not wearing
Yeah.
Crocs because the Crocs, my
Oh.
foot slides and it pushes in my ingrown toenail.
Oh my
Yeah.
God!
Yeah. So I asked them to call me. I didn't think they were going to call me this early, but she's in there. The nurse is in there already, and it was the first message that she saw in the day to call back
So-
Mr.
Are you going to get it
Fatfoot.
all cut out?
I mean, I think I haven't been to a podiatrist in a while.
I have never been to a podiatrist.
Well, have you ever had ingrown toenails?
No.
Oh, they're miracle workers on that department.
I've never had an ingrown toenail.
Yeah. I mean,
Meanwhile, your son has been to a podiatrist like a dozen times already, and
Yeah.
he's not even 21.
Well, hold on. Why has Julian been to a podiatrist?
clubfoot.
Yeah, because he at boarding school he kept getting the ingrown toenails.
Oh, he really?
Yes, and he had to go get it cut out. For, like they tried to treat it, then he got it cut out. Then he even at college he's had to go see a podiatrist.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I have
Here.
never had an ingrown
Oh, my
toenail.
God.
I've
Well-
never been to a podiatrist in my life.
I'm sorry. When is the last time you even looked at your toes or examined them?
Oh, listen.
When?
Well,
Tell me.
when my mani pedi last week.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, let's go for mani pedis.
By the way, I've never. That's
No,
not,
you have.
I've
You
ne-
have. Don't
What?
say you've never.
Oh, hold on. I did. When? What?
You had a pedicure once
Oh, you took me like in either.
to Jenny. Mm-hmm.
You took me when we were like
It was here.
engaged, or were we married
We
already?
were married.
I feel
We
like I
were.
remember a story where you had like a petty night out.
Oh, like
Yeah.
maybe like 1995.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, like 30
All right.
years ago, I might have had a.
yeah.
Geez.
You
And
had-
and guess what? I think I did it for more of a radio bit.
Yes,
Michelle,
you've had one pedicure and you've had one massage in the 30 years that we have been together.
tell
And I
me
can
Michelle
you both of
doesn't
those.
remember everything like a steel trap when she's bringing up pedicures
All right, hold
from
on.
30 years ago.
Where the hell was the one massage I've had?
In Tokyo. When the hotel, like we got it as a comp thing. It was like a couples massage.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Well, in 08, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
In 2008, we went
Yep.
to Tokyo with the kids.
Yep.
That was after we went to Mr. Kim's son's wedding in Seoul, and then we flew on to Tokyo
Yep.
after that.
And you had,
Yeah.
because it was free, right? Like it was.
Oh,
comped
it was
with
part of the package. It was like
Right.
some American Express package,
Oh,
right?
and I still had to drag. I mean, you were all about not paying for stuff, but oh my gosh, I still had to drag your ass over to that spa place, and you're just like, I can't believe I'm doing this, and I'm
Look.
like, you're gonna love it, and you fell asleep, right? Yeah, exactly.
If you'd like, MJ, I will take a look at your big toe and just make sure you don't have anything ingrown
You're
going
not
on.
touching my big
I'm not
toe.
going to touch it. I'm just going to take a look at it.
What
Maybe-
day is your doctor's appointment?
What's today? Today is
Monday.
Wednesday.
So Wednesday you go and they'll yank it. What do they use? Pliers?
No, they cut it. They numb it
Uh-huh.
and then they have like scissors and they cut it all the way
Oh,
back.
Yep.
man.
And then you could use it like as a toothpick or something because it's so big and thick.
Hold on, you can use the
You-
nail shaving as a toothpick?
Well, it's not a shaving; it's a chunk that comes
Yeah.
out of the side of your toe.
And then they're gonna give you like ointment to put in there to kill the rest of the.
Yeah, they put a
nail.
little.
You know what?
Uh-huh.
You ought to save it, and we ought to give it away on the show on
Oh
Thursday
my-
morning.
Okay, that's.
I'm gonna
getting
have a piece
disgusting.
of jewelry made out of it and give it to my wife for Valentine's.
Oh yeah,
Oh, my
I can. You know
God.
what? I can hook you up with IDC.
Oh, how beautiful would that be?
Yeah, a pendant,
A nice
a,
Put it like in
a toenail clipping pendant.
a toenail crusted
Give
pendant.
it to your wife for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Put
Well,
it in like a-
Valentine's Day's coming up in 2 weeks.
Or
Yeah.
Valentine's Day. Oh, they can get it done.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no problem.
Or we just give it away. Win Fester's ingrown toenail clipping Thursday morning on the MJ Morning Show.
That's just gross.
I don't know how well that's gonna go.
That
over.
is really disgusting.
Anyway, thank you for letting me talk to my the nurse at my podiatrist place.
That's calling at 6:40 in the morning.
So, did I ever tell you that I figured out that the nurse at my podiatrist is a swinger?
What?
What?
Yes. So I've been seeing this podiatrist, and I don't want to give out his name.
Whoa, hold on.
I'll tell you that.
How does that even come up?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
The nurse in your podiatrist's office is a swinger?
I found it out
All right.
the craziest way.
Oh yeah,
All right.
that
Yeah.
sounds we're
All right,
crazy.
guess what?
The weirdest way.
All right, guess what? Everything I had planned for the next segment
Put it on hold.
is on
Oh, no.
hold. All right, we're doing swinger toenail clipping story first next.
Well, she's more of a nurse podiatrist.
All right.
I don't know if she's like a.
All right.
You have to be an RN to clip toenails. I don't know.
All right, hold on. Does the podiatrist do the clipping or the nurse does it?
The podiatrist does.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I pay him, right?
All right, hold on. Hold on to that thought. I got to find out about the swinger nurse.
Yes.
It's just getting weirder and weirder. That's next. 7 o'clock hour begins also in minutes here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. The MJ Morning Show. Oh, I can't wait for this. Oh, the Fester, this better be good. I sat through a whole commercial break. You hyped this thing up prior.
All right.
This story better not suck. All right, MJ Morning Show, 7 o'clock hour has just begun.
No pressure.
Hour and 20 minutes, nonstop MJ. Starts in about 24, 25 minutes. Every morning around 7:25, we do an hour and 20 minutes nonstop. No breaks whatsoever, just nonstop content. All right. If you were not with us in the last segment, Fester took a phone call in the middle of morons in the news. Phone was not on silent. It actually rang. Oh, I got to take this. Fester leaves the studio. Then he comes back, and we find out that it's his podiatrist's office calling because Fester has some kind of nasty, gnarled up, ingrown toenail that's causing him all kinds of pain.
I just hope I don't stub my toe between now and Wednesday.
And he's walking funny now. I thought it was the 355 pounds, but no, apparently It's the ingrown toenail.
It's not helping anything, but
All
yeah.
right, so you take a phone call. And
Right.
So Fester's got to get his ingrown toenail taken care of on Wednesday.
Right.
But then Fester mentions that a person that works there is a swinger.
I discovered it. There was an investigation where I discovered it.
That's an I-team investigation.
Yeah.
Did you run into them at a swingers
No,
club?
No. So
Yeah, Allison and Fester.
yeah. So
Are there any swingers clubs in Tampa Bay?
No.
you know
You
what?
tell me.
How would I know?
I don't know. You're asking.
I think there's a
I
place-
would have to show up with you.
I think there's a place.
if it's a couple swinging deal.
I mean,
I
nobody
guess
wants to
that's
see him
true.
knocking on the door. Troll Nights Tuesday. Get
What?
out of here.
Troll night?
Troll. Fetish Nights.
hell?
Fetish Nights
What
Thursday.
the hell are you talking about?
No, I think there's a. Okay, I don't know this, but I've always heard there's a place called like Eyes Wide Shut or something.
That's a
in-
movie.
No,
Yeah.
it's a place in Brandon, I think.
Really?
Really?
Let's look it up.
I don't know enough about this, and I'm sure we'll get a dozen calls
Ah.
about it. But
Yeah.
I think there's.
I thought that we had talked about this years ago. I thought back in like late 90s, early 2000s. I thought we might have talked about this on the first run of the MJ Morning Show, that there was some kind of swingers club, actually not far from where you are. I thought there was something up near like
There, I think,
Beers.
and Nebraska.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that,
right?
That's. I always thought that too.
What the is that true or false?
I
There
don't
used
know.
to there used to be a swingers club up near Beers. By the way, it is technically pronounced Beers and not Bears, but Beers is how you really say that name.
So yeah, people are texting me that there's a place on Highway 60 called Eyes Wide. You read it, Michelle. I can't.
What
see
did you
from
find, Michelle?
There's an Eyes Wide Shut club up on Adamo Drive.
Yeah.
They have playrooms.
Oh
here.
yeah.
So I don't know if I don't know what they do there other than what they say they do, but I've always heard that was
Sure.
a place. There was a place like in the early 2000s at the Bears in Nebraska.
Yeah, that's what
Now
I
I think-
remember hearing about
I
that.
think it's a used car lot now.
What is it, like Auto CarMax or something up there?
So there's two things. It's across from CarMax.
Okay.
Because like CarMax is
Right.
on one side,
Yeah, yeah.
and then like across is like just like a
Right.
guy with a bunch like Rent-A-Wrecks. It's just a bunch of cars CarMax would never carry.
Right.
And I think there's like the weirdest store in Tampa Bay. They sell like crystal rocks. I don't know how those stores. There's like 3 or 4 stores in town.
For whatever reason, rock stores. There's a gem and rock store that opened up at like
saw-
MacDill and Beta Bay.
I saw a billboard for
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah, and I'm like, how many rocks do you have to
Listen,
sell?
I can't even get a billboard now for this radio morning show, and I got stores selling rocks that have billboards in town.
Who's buying
The
a
hell?
rock on a Wednesday afternoon?
My
I mean,
God. All right, listen. All right, so tell me about
So-
how you found out the nurse at your podiatrist office is a swinger.
so this is before my wife and I had kids or something. I habitually have occasionally ingrown toenails, so I see this podiatrist.
Same one?
Same guy.
Okay.
I've seen the same guy for a long time. I don't see
How
him
often do you get an ingrown toenail?
Well, maybe let's say I get one once every 6 or 7 years. I don't see him often.
Okay.
I think I saw him last, I think in 2017 when I decided I needed orthopedic insoles for my flat feet. And turns out I didn't. But anyway, I saw him anyway.
Right.
So it's nice to have a podiatrist on record that you can go to if you need one. Anyway,
Yes, it is.
So I go. Okay. So I go to the appointment, and it's my first appointment with the guy. He's super nice, very well informed about feet and feet fungus and
he's
everything.
a podiatrist.
Right. I
Of
was-
course he's well informed. No, I want to go to a podiatrist that doesn't know jack you know.
But listen, every time you go to a new doctor, you kind of feel him out. You kind of gauge him. Listen, there's good doctors and there's not so good doctors out there. This guy was a great, he is a great podiatrist.
I cut to the chase with the swinger story.
So he looks at my ingrown toenails,
Right.
like, oh, yep, you got,
and he says, okay.
okay, you got yourself a humdinger there, man. I gotta go get my. I'll be right back. I gotta go get my bigger saw. Right? And so he leaves the room. Now I'm in the room on the chair with my foot propped up
Right.
with
Yes.
the nurse. And she's like, so where are you guys from? What do you do? And she's talking to me. I was like, oh, we live in Tampa and this and that. And I go, I'm glad I can take care of this now. It's going to take a couple of days to heal because next weekend we have a trip planned. Oh, really? Where are you going? And my wife and I were taking a weekend trip, like a 4-day weekend trip to Miami. Right?
Oh, I thought maybe to hedonism.
No, to my regular old Miami,
Right.
right? And the trip was a lovely trip, but
Right.
this was in the pre-trip phase.
Like CSI Miami?
No, nobody died.
All right, go ahead.
So she lights up and she's like, oh my gosh, I love Miami. Not like, oh, we really like going to Miami too.
Benvenidos a Miami.
She got super excited about Miami. She goes, oh, I love Miami. My husband and I go down there at least once a month. I'm like, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Once a month of Miami? That seems like a lot. I was like, wow. And I knew where we were staying, and we were staying like on South Beach at one of those older hotels, which is, I do not recommend, by the way. But anyway,
well, like Colony or?
We stayed like next to the Clevelander. It was like the Cincinnatier, and it was a pit. It was awful. Anyway, but we had a great time. She tells me how much she loves Miami. She's like, we're down there at least once a month.
Get to the freaking swinger part.
And I'm like, okay, wow, you really know the town. So I'm going to utilize this person.
Right.
For some info on what to do, because she's practically a regular.
Get to the freaking swinger part.
So she said, we're getting along pretty well. I go, where do you stay when you go to Miami? She goes, oh, well, that's very appropriate. She says, we stay with friends. I'm like, you friends? She was like, I was like, so you have a friend that you stay with every once a month? That's very generous. She's, no, we stay with different friends. And I'm like, and I'm laughing, and I'm listening to the information coming in. And I'm kind of chuckling. I go, what? You go to Miami once a month to stay with different couples? What are you, a swinger? In total Fester joking around tone.
Right.
And all the blood fell from her face. She turned stone white.
Oh my God.
Survey says number one answer on the board. Wow.
And all the color left her face, and she's like, yes, we are. Please don't tell the doctor. Please don't. The doctor doesn't know. Please don't tell the doctor.
Well, he knows now.
He doesn't. Because then he comes back in the room, and she looks like she just saw a ghost.
Is she still there?
I mean, she was when I went to get my orthopedic insoles in 2017.
All right, so 8 years ago she was there.
I don't know if she's there now. She wasn't the person who called me a little bit ago.
We need a full report on Thursday morning to see if swinger nurse is still there.
And she's like, don't tell the doctor. Just, please don't mention it. Please don't. And I'm like,
I wonder if she has a foot fetish with the swingers. I mean, you work.
All right,
you
all
work.
right.
I mean, you work at a podiatrist's office. Isn't that a fair question?
listen, if she saw
Michelle, come on.
Wouldn't you be more turned off by feet because you're seeing them in the most horrific, gross condition?
No.
I want you tonight, but put socks on, please, because I see enough of those nasty dogs.
Was your swinger foot nurse attractive?
I mean, I didn't think she was especially attractive. I didn't think she was like.
So you blurt that out. You're about to go to the office on Wednesday. What's the matter with you?
She was a lovely person.
What's the matter with
but
you?
I just totally I was like, I said it totally joking. Well, you go to Miami every month with different houses. What are you, a swinger?
You realize this is going to be all the discussion in the podiatrist community in town. Fester, and which podiatrist does he go to with the swinger nurse?
Right.
And I just put her right on. And I was totally joking. All she had to say was, no, we just have a lot of friends. And I would have totally bought it.
Wow.
But no, she knew it was up, and she was just, please don't tell the doctor.
She's not a good poker player.
Then the doctor comes in, and he's as jovial, like, okay. Okay. I got my big scissors now. I can take your nasty.
Oh my God.
You okay?
You want me to take a look at this bunny
Okay.
down here?
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
anybody ever tell you got flat feet? Anybody ever told you that? Yes, doctor. Okay. You being so fat doesn't help your flat feet. And I'm like, doctor, your nurse is a swing. I didn't say anything. But, oh, man, it took everything in my power to keep my mouth shut.
All right, 7:12 at the MJ Morning Show. Another interesting local item that just kind of came out of nowhere. Was this reported in local news? That Yankees captain Aaron Judge is suing a Tampa interior decorator?
I feel like I saw it somewhere like on Friday after the show.
Yeah, so
he was overcharged by like $1 million or something.
Some crazy. Well, here's the deal. This is from a baseball website, but I guess originally reported by the Tampa Bay Business Journal. So the Tampa Bay Business Journal originally reported that New York Yankees captain Aaron Judge felt cheated, and he and his wife have filed a lawsuit claiming fraud. He and his wife, Samantha, claimed that a Tampa Bay area interior designer defrauded them of $750,000 through hidden charges on bills for renovations on their home in Tampa and their New York City apartment. Where's Aaron Judge's home in Tampa? Do you know where it is?
Yeah, it's in Town and Country.
No, seriously.
It's near Leto High School.
No, really.
I have no idea where it is. I have no. Yeah, me and Mr. Judge don't hang out.
I did not know that Aaron Judge had a Tampa home. I know there's a baseball guy in my neighborhood.
So many.
There's a bunch of folks in my neighborhood. I got Lightning guys, and one went to Salt Lake City recently, but that's on the market. If you got like $9 million to drop.
So a lot of Yankee players have a home in Tampa. Of course, spring training is here. And the Steinbrenner family's here.
Hey, thanks for filling me in on that.
You're the one that sounds so stupid and shocked about it. You're I'm surprised a lot of these multi-millionaires have homes in Tampa.
Dude, they're here for a month for spring training. I didn't know that Aaron Judge had a home in Tampa.
A lot of them keep their families here as well. While they're playing games, they're here frequently playing the Rays, and it's an easy trip to make on days off.
Andrew says that Aaron Judge has a home on Bayshore Boulevard. All right, let me give you the rest. Let me give you the rest of the story. So Aaron Judge and wife filed a lawsuit against Amanda Drew of Drew Designs, LLC on January 28th, according to Christina Georgakopoulos with the Tampa Bay Business Journal. Like many players whose teams have spring training facilities, Judge has a main residence in Florida since 2014. I wonder if he does that for taxi. Well, no, you got to do the 360. You got to do the 180 2.5 rule, whatever the hell it is.
I'll consult my tax attorney later.
Yeah, but New York taxes, man. New York taxes suck.
I mean, having a Florida home makes him a Florida resident. Probably saves all kinds of money.
You got to meet certain criteria. You got to be in Florida a certain number of days a year, and Judge is not going to qualify for that. So,
what the hell do you know?
So, what do you want? Simple tax code crap. What do you mean?
But if he is traveling more days of the year than not, then how does he claim residence anywhere?
But also,
owning a home.
And he's a contracted employee.
Also, the athletes that play in other states, a lot of states want income tax
for each state
for each game they play because it's so much money. It's a lot of money. You take some of these players, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a game in some cases, right?
Yeah, millions of dollars a game.
Or millions, whatever it is. All right, so Judge has had a main residence in Florida since 2014. The lawsuit stems from renovations to a home purchased in the Tampa Bay area in late 2022. Around the time he agreed to a $360 million deal to return to the Yankees. Oh, my God, that's a lot of money. The judges estimate that Amanda Drew billed them $750,000 in extra hidden costs, but the full amount they were overcharged is undetermined due to Drew's alleged refusal to hand over receipts, according to a complaint filed in Hillsborough County Circuit Court on January 28th. The report included an example of an overpayment, a $33,000 couch. The judges claimed that it could be purchased for $22,500 or as low as $18,100 with a discount.
What, on Wayfair?
They also, I don't think there's any couch for $33,000 on Wayfair. They also claimed she added a 20% fee on services by a general contractor. Listen, it's not uncommon for a designer to add a fee to
right.
That's fairly common,
Is
actually.
he not familiar with how interior directors work?
The lawsuit alleges that Drew assumed that they would be too busy to notice her overcharges and that they could afford to overpay. Wow.
I tell you, I'm looking at her Instagram. She's a very talented decorator. She did all these jobs.
We need a new couch, just ironically. Michelle's looking for a new couch right now.
Aaron Judge has one for sale. He's trying to unload it. He's buried $33,000.
Hey, Amanda Drew, can you give us a good, listen, you made a lot of money with the judges. Can you give us a good deal on a couch? Michelle, what kind of couch you looking for?
A sectional.
Yeah, so you want a U-shaped sectional.
Yeah, it can also turn into a bed.
Oh, stop it.
I'm serious because we like to take, you like to take naps a lot in the den.
Like that has either pulls out or has ottomans that fill it in?
That one.
All right, so you want a U-shaped couch. What about the Shack Entertainment sofa couch? You take a look at that?
I haven't seen it.
The Shack collection
Should I
of
look
rooms
at
to
it?
go is on point.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I came like this close to buying the
It's got a
recliner.
Yeti cooler built into the middle of the sofa.
We need that too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but MJ, listen,
Yeah, couches with coolers and electrical outlets right inside the couch.
how can you hire somebody who for professional services and then sign a contract and agree to a rate and then say, wait, hold on, you overcharged me?
Well, I don't know if they agreed to a rate because the designer's buying furniture, and
Yeah.
that's going to be kind of fluid what they're purchasing. All right, so if anyone wants to give Michelle a great deal on a U-shaped sectional, do you have a brand in mind?
No, but you know what? Since we've been talking about it,
Yes.
a couple of different makers keep popping up on my Instagram.
Like what?
Thing. Some makers.
Really?
Like, yeah, like
I
there's
wanted-
about 2 or 3 brands.
I
that
want
keep-
an American couch. I don't want
Right,
some
right.
made in China thing, okay?
Oh, dude, I bought a made in China recliner, so comfortable.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I could hear the children
Probably
screaming.
got lead coming off on your body. Yeah. So, yeah. if
Were you gasping at me or him?
both.
Anybody want to give Michelle a great deal on a U-shaped big sectional? Just give me an email, mj@mjmorningshow.com. That's mj@mjmorningshow.com.
I'm sure a guy who sells $40,000 couches wants to give
we
you
don't
a
want to
deal.
afford Michelle. What's our budget for the couch?
You know what my motto is?
What?
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Please stop it.
Yep.
I don't
You
know.
taught me that.
I mean, a big U-shaped sectional. What, like
Oh, it
$3
depends.
grand?
Like I've seen them from $3,000 all the way up to $10,000.
I'm
And the ones that are,
not spending.
ones-
I'm not spending
No,
10
no,
grand
I
on
know.
a sofa.
I don't want to spend that either. But the ones that are like on $10,000 are like on sale now for half price. I guess I don't know. This is this a
Furniture
season
industry is
for
one of those things I
furniture?
can't quite put my finger on what a good value
Right,
is.
right.
You know?
All right, so Amanda Drew,
Yes.
you're getting bad press by getting sued by Aaron Judge and his wife from the Yankees. Get some good press by getting me a really good deal on a U-shaped sectional.
What if Amanda Drew has the sectional she took out of Aaron Judge's house?
I'll take that. Yeah. Deep discount. All right, 7:19 at the MJ Morning Show on Q105. We start an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ next. On the heels of the DC crash, we had that crazy Philly crash on Friday night. Holy crap. You see the crater in the ground? Like aerial footage, drone footage has now popped up. Anyway, a lot of stuff to cover. Oh, we've got to test Wendy's. What's going on? I've got a Wendy's test. Fester, we got to shoot a video.
Okay.
We got to test. Why do we need to test Wendy's?
When do you want to go?
As soon as we can, and I'll explain in just a second. Anyway, Grammys last night. I didn't watch any of it, but a couple of things. The local winner, a local from Blake High School. Yeah. What a great. All right, hold on to that. A lot. I mean, I can't even scratch the surface, folks. The hotel charge that is now freaking people out. I mean, listen, I can't even promo it all. There's just a lot of crap next. MJ Morning Show, Q105, 104.7 FM. Do not miss it. We're back in minutes. Unless you never get exactly an hour and 20 minutes, always, test me, count it. You always get more than an hour and 20 minutes of non-stop MJ here on the MJ Morning Show, right around 7:25 to 7:26. Running a few minutes late today, but it doesn't affect how much non-stop MJ that you get. All right, so where the hell did Fester go? Hey, Fester, hey, can you yell for? We got to talk about the Wendy's deal here. I teased the freaking undead. What is he talking to his podiatrist again? What the heck's he doing? Get him in here. The first thing up is the Wendy's story. Oh, he's missing. All right, listen, folks. All right, I'm just going to start this, but I guess I don't need Fester to pull this off. All right, Michelle.
Yes.
For those that don't know, Michelle is in studio maybe every day.
All right.
What?
Oh, I hate it when you pressure me like that.
I mean, maybe every day this week. Oh, also, take a look at Michelle on MJ TV and compare it to the bloody mess that her face was last Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
My God. If you haven't seen Michelle's bloody face, like a crime scene. I mean, I was getting ready to put the yellow crime scene tape around the couch where you were lying on the couch last Wednesday night after your fractional laser treatment. And what happened? The doctor asked if they could use my video?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. They like it. They like it.
It looks like I OJ'd you.
Right. Well, it's a good example of like what you might experience after you have a treatment like that done.
So take a look at Michelle's face right now. There's a little bit of bruising on your cheeks, but not much. But the difference between last Wednesday, folks, if you've not seen Michelle and the bloody face post laser treatment, go to Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio. And you can't miss it. In fact, I'm surprised Instagram hasn't taken it down. And then
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, the knife was a bit much.
And then compare it with Michelle on MJ TV right now, and it's night and day. Fester, where the hell were you?
What do you mean? Where the hell was I?
Dude, we've been back for 3 minutes, and I opened up talking about Wendy's, and you weren't here. Where were you?
Well, it looks like I did a pretty good job coming back because you obviously can't be done with Wendy's, and you started talking about old chop meat face over here.
Because I was waiting for you to come back so I can talk about where were you? You're 3 minutes late coming back into the studio.
Okay. Dock my pay.
All right.
Dock me 3 minutes.
We got to test out this Wendy's deal.
What is it? What's going on?
Oh, my God. There is something called the Wendy's T-Rex. It's one of the secret menu items. You've heard about this.
Yeah.
In-N-Out Burger, which is a famous West Coast chain. In-N-Out Burger has been famous for the so-called secret menu items that, it's not advertised. It's not up on the menu board. You can go in and order, certain secret. A lot of places have the so-called secret menu items, part of the hype and the juice. But Wendy's, and a lot of people thought this was a myth. A lot of people thought this was, this is not real. But apparently it is. Not at every single Wendy's. That's why we've got to test this out. Oh, Fester has brought the picture up.
Oh my gosh!
I have to say,
Michelle just saw the picture.
What is that?
I will tell you right now, MJ.
Yes.
I like a burger. Might be one of my. A good burger might be the perfect food. I
agree.
love burgers.
I love burgers too.
You know, a good burger.
You know, I don't eat a lot of red meat, but I love red meat.
Yeah.
It's I probably have I can't tell you the last time I had a burger, which is, we were going to go to El Cap on my birthday and grab a cheeseburger, but we ended up staying in, and I made my famous cacio e pepe, which I make Italy quality cacio e pepe.
So,
and by the way, that's on my Instagram as well if you want to take a look at what I made. Certified MJ Radio. All right, this is insane.
I like burgers.
Yes.
But this does nothing for me.
Oh, my.
This does nothing.
This is insane.
I have no desire to get this.
Apparently, there's a secret menu item at Wendy's called the T-Rex, and it is 9 patties on the buns. 9. So it's patty, cheese, 9 of them. And it is massive. It is a pile of meat.
Okay.
Like you've never seen. But it's not a myth. Apparently, it exists.
How much is it?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
I'm going to get to that in a second. 9 patties. I mean, you can't even get your mouth. I mean, you got to start nibbling at
Right.
layers off the side.
Right.
You can't even remotely get this in your mouth.
The bread's not going to hold up.
Yeah, well, you've got what, like pounds of meat, it seems, but it's allegedly called the T-Rex. So, folks, you got to go to Wendy's and see if you can order the T-Rex. We're going to do it. We're going to shoot video. Hey, Andrew, see what times Wendy's opens up.
They're open right now.
I know, but
They are?
at what point do they start serving burgers?
You got to think breakfast has to be over by 10.
10:30? I mean,
10:30?
I don't know if we're going to be able to do it live on the show. I was going to send you to Wendy's and do the damn thing live on the show. We're going to have to go to Wendy's during regular, like, lunch or dinner hours and try to record this thing.
I'm watching a video of somebody attempting to eat it,
Yeah.
and the first thing, the bread falls apart. You're essentially just holding a shot put of meat and cheese in your hand.
Gross.
Imagine 9 Wendy's burger patties with 9 slices of cheese on regular. So yeah, breakfast goes till 10:30, so we can't do it live on the show. But here's the numbers for you. It's a monstrosity. There's no doubt about it. It's not available at every single Wendy's. But apparently enough Wendy's will do it. Around 3,000 calories is what you're looking at.
That's nothing.
So 2 buns, 9 patties of beef, and 9 slices of American cheese. It's about 3,000 calories, and the price is between $22 and $30 depending on the Wendy's location. But it's not available at every single Wendy's. So I don't know how you determine if your Wendy's or the Wendy's that you're going to drive by, if that Wendy's will do the T-Rex.
I got to say, other than knowing if they do it or not, I really have no desire for this burger.
But you found a video of a guy undoing the Wendy's wrapper. I mean, it's like multiple wrappers. They had
I think it took 3 wrappers to cover it completely.
They had a Frankenstein, the Wendy's foil wrapper, to cover the whole damn burger. So it does exist. It's just you got to find a Wendy's that will do it. And guess what? We're going to test it out. Yes, Fester.
Okay. I mean, okay. I'm not turned on by this in any way.
We're testing it.
To what? Us look at this big old monstrosity?
To see, first of all, is the participating Wendy's near us, are they going to sell us the T? Are they going to know? First, I want to see if you go to the drive-through speaker and you say, yep, I'll take a T-Rex. First, let's hear what the response is, if they know what a T-Rex is. Okay, sir, that'll be $26.92. Please drive around. You know, anywhere between $22 and $30 apparently.
I'll tell you what.
Which it seems like a deal, actually, for nine burgers?
Does it? I don't know.
I don't know.
Sounds like a deal to me.
What happens is you buy the regular sandwich and they're just adding beef patty, which might be $2.
Oh, what are you, a scientist? Oh, you just figured that out?
I'm telling you how they get there.
Yes, they're putting
All right.
a whole bunch of burgers on there.
All right, jackass, you go. You know what? I was going to say today.
Yes.
Sometime over the course of my travels today.
We're doing it today.
I would go to a Wendy's. I don't need you with me, right? I can go in, the drive-through of the Wendy's.
No, we need to do it. I want to post it on my Instagram.
Right, I'll send you the video.
You and I need to be, we're going to drive up to a Wendy's drive-through in your 2010 Cadillac with all the paint chipping off of it.
Fine.
You and I are going to drive. We're going to meet
then
late.
You're going to have a heart attack tomorrow.
I'm not going to eat. I physically can't eat this whole thing because, I could eat a double. The Wendy, and Wendy also has like the triple.
Oh, Chloe used to get the triple.
Yeah, they have big sandwiches at Wendy's, and this is 3 triples essentially.
Little Chloe is a carnivore beyond belief. Yeah,
Yes.
after soccer practice, when she was doing club soccer, Dad, let's stop at Wendy's. Triple at Wendy's.
Triple
Right.
Baconator.
Fester, let's make plans later today to meet up, and we just got to drive to various Wendy's until they'll sell us a T-Rex, until they know what a T-Rex is.
We'll spend the better portion of the afternoon together just hanging out at Wendy's.
There we
That's what
go.
wanna
I'll be
doing.
tooling around in Fester's 2010 Cadillac. What is it?
DTS.
DTS.
Have you seen a picture of the real Wendy?
It's been I think I did years ago, but I don't remember what she looked
Okay.
like. Yeah, Dave Thomas's daughter.
Yeah. Not as the pudgy little kid,
Right.
but
All right. So we'll put this to the test. Hey, can I offer up a public service announcement? I'm sorry to be like totally morbid. I don't want to be like, Debbie Downer over here, but put the freaking phone down when you're driving. Minnesota woman scrolling through TikTok while driving got into an accident and killed her grandfather.
Oh, that's terrible.
What the hell? Oh, how'd your grandfather die? Oh, I was on TikTok.
Oh.
That's
But they were doing this viral dance that was so interesting.
a Minnesota woman was scrolling through TikTok when she plowed her car into a retired. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't her grandfather.
Oh, a
grandfather.
grandfather.
Yeah, a grandfather.
Oh, so she hit a person.
Yeah, I forgot. I read this yesterday. I forgot. It wasn't her grandfather. It was a grandfather.
That makes it less tragic.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It does
I don't
not.
think so.
Just makes it less funny.
Listen, the point is, I'm not going to belabor this, is put the phone down. How many people are driving through the fog right now on their phones? It is nonstop. The number of people that I see on the Howard Franklin Bridge in the morning when it's dark out, it's easy to see people because the screen is illuminated. And you got people driving across the bridge. And then in the daytime, I'm telling you folks, start looking as cars pass you or you pass them, start looking into the other vehicle and see how many people are buried in their phones while you're driving. So Mariska, not Hargitay.
No, not her.
No. Hang on a minute. I got to get the Law and Order music over here.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, I mean, this is where this really is fitting. Yeah, hang on, I got to find my Law and Order music. Hold on a minute. Is this it?
132 in Bush. I got him at gunpoint.
No, that's something else.
No.
Gunpoint, 132 in Bush. Covers code 3.
Yeah, hang on a minute. You know what? I need a whole police page. Yeah, I can't. Where are all my?
Just because the person's name is Mariska probably doesn't warrant us having law and
Yeah,
order.
you might
music.
be. There it is. There it is. Yeah, so Mariska Nunn, 20 years old, charged with felony criminal vehicular homicide. Yeah. Plowed into a grandfather in broad daylight. Ran into a retired grandfather, killing him. Nunn Mariska told the cops that she had been on her phone. Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Told the cops that her phone was in her lap, but the investigation showed that she was actually on the phone when she plowed into Grandpa. So Nunn told cops that she had her phone in her lap, and I guess was watching a TikTok video as she drove home from her boyfriend's house. Yeah, this happened up in Minnesota, and then plowed into Grandpa. Listen, I just wanted to point that out, that here, you're on your phone. What could possibly happen? Oh, what could possibly kill Grandpa? That's what could possibly happen.
I'm 81. I
Yeah.
had such a good life.
Yeah. So you changed your life. You're probably going to go to prison for 10 years for vehicular homicide. You're on TikTok watching a video. You plow into a grandfather and kill him. Yeah. It was that important to be on TikTok or be on your phone. So just think about that. Next time you pick up your phone while driving and you want to watch a video, you want to start texting and scrolling and all kinds of crap, because I guess driving and paying attention while you're driving 55, 65 miles an hour, that's not engaging enough.
Yes.
Next time you want to pick up your phone while driving, just go ahead and think about Grandpa that was plowed over and killed by Mariska.
81-year-old guy just walking on the side of the road in Minnesota.
Mariska Nunn.
Should have put out a silver alert for this guy.
Not Mariska Hargitay, but Mariska Nunn. Tell you what, she needs to go to church and see some priests and nuns
That was a stretch.
and apologize. Well, her last name's Nunn.
I know, but
Yeah, this is so sad. Dean Chadbourne.
we're still going on with this? We get it.
I'm just telling
Don't
you.
hit old people and look at TikTok.
The 81-year-old dude was named Dean Chadbourne, and he was a grandfather, and he was crossing the road, and she ran him over while she's on
Does
TikTok.
Dean not look both ways?
All right. That's enough. All right, 7:42 at the MJ Morning Show.
Oh, they're going to stop.
Hey, have you heard of hotels charging guests for this? The latest charge that people are complaining about is what is kind of normal wear and tear, and this is just the cost of doing business. Stuff's going to happen.
Well, like a towel usage fee?
You're close.
What, laundry
You're,
linens?
you're close, but take it up a notch.
Toilet paper fee?
No. All right, let me just.
I don't
So,
know.
hotel guests are starting to complain that the housekeepers are ratting guests out, and guests are getting charged for like stained towels and sheets.
What?
Yes. This is crazy. And this is a Florida hotel.
All right, hold on a second.
This is a Reddit post that I stumbled across. A hotel guest said that he was speechless, was at the front desk checking out, and there was another guest next to him, and they had hit him, the other guest. So the guy I'm talking about witnessed another guest next to him at the front desk checking out get hit with a charge for stained towels.
I got to see the towel.
My God.
All right, so in the normal course of human events, using a towel and bed sheets for a night or two doesn't result in significant stains
Right.
unless you're trying to stain it.
Listen, I've spilled wine in a hotel room, and I think I've used a towel to clean it up.
Okay, I mean,
And,
But
you
that
know,
should come out with the general cleaning that they do.
Or use OxyClean. Get Anthony Sullivan in.
Anthony Sullivan at the Ramada.
Yeah.
Listen,
There are no Ramada Inns anymore, are there?
are you crazy? There's still a
Is it?
thing.
All right.
You know, you may not stay at them, but they're around. MJ, I stayed at a hotel and my son had a bloody nose. So we reached for the white.
Another example.
We reached for
What
a
do you
white
do?
towel. It looked like a murder scene in that bathroom.
Looked like Michelle's face last week on Instagram with the laser treatment.
Just like that.
Yeah.
I was like, Hudson, one day Aunt Michelle's face is going to look just like this bathroom. And, but we left 2 or 3 towels that were visibly marked with blood. And then even as we checked out, my wife's like, they're going to think we killed somebody in here. And my wife left a note. Sorry, my son had a bloody nose. I think she left like $5.
Well, guess what? There are some hotels that are now charging guests if they stain the towel or the bed sheets, and they're getting a charge for linen or towel replacement. That's BS.
I think that's BS.
I am a prolific bedsheet stainer. I want to know where's the line because some of them are a little harder to tell. You have to look
Well,
a
like,
little closer.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Well, like uncontrollable, like sleep poop.
Listen.
What's going on?
I have
I
a
don't.
I have a variety of discharges that.
All right, so
Okay.
just stop.
I mean, if you're the one,
Just
the hotel's
just-
the one charging
Just
me.
stop.
It's the people at the Hampton Inn who I have a problem with.
Just stop right there. But I've never heard of this in my life.
I think
But-
it's just a business model. Like some of those things are going to get ruined or used over time. I mean,
Exactly.
are they going to start just adding like a little surcharge, like use of sheets and what the,
like I
65
said,
cents?
like I said, the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Not most of the guests are not going to stain your towels and sheets, but there are going to be some incidents. You're dealing with a large volume of people, and there's going to be a variety of stuff that crops up.
Or what about bed eaters?
And in Fester's case, a variety of things that craps up.
Listen,
Oh.
that's just one of the.
Oh, that's true.
I mean,
You
bed
could be
eaters.
in bed like having some Italian dish, and you get the pasta sauce. You get a marinara all over the damn sheets.
So I am not a bed eater.
Me neither.
Yeah, I don't.
It's
I mean,
gross.
I don't eat in the bed at all. But I've been to hotels before where there's really not a good place to eat, and you're just eating your burger or
Yeah.
ketchup and fries at the foot of the bed, sitting on the bed, trying to.
That's what I was just going to say. Sometimes in the room, there's not even a desk or a table or something with a chair that you
Right.
can sit and eat at. So where do you sit? You have to sit on the edge of the bed.
Yeah.
All right, Grammys. I did not watch any of the Grammys. I heard the show sucked.
I didn't even know it was on.
I knew it was on. I'm just over award shows.
Did you know last week they had that fire raid on Thursday?
Yeah,
I totally missed that
yeah,
too.
I knew they had it last week. Was it Thursday or Friday?
I don't even know. I just know it was
Yeah.
last week.
Yeah, dude. I think we talked about Dave Matthews canceling because he has some medical episode or something. But the Grammys were on last night. I don't even know what network had the Grammys. But a couple of things of note. We had a local winner. I don't know who she is. I've never heard of this artist's name, but clearly she's got some talent because she won a Grammy last night. So I'm excited. I'm happy for her. I've never heard of Doechii.
Okay.
Doechii. That's Doechii. Doechii.
Okay. Admittedly,
Doechii.
I mean,
Doechii.
we're probably not your morning show for the hottest new rapper out there.
No?
I'm just thinking. I mean, everybody has a segment or forte, and that's probably not ours. But congratulations to her. Where'd she go? She went to high school here. Like, was it Blake High School? Did I see?
The first televised award of the 2025 Grammy Awards went to Doechii for Best Rap Album for Alligator Bites Never Heal. Even a very Florida title on this thing. The category was introduced in 1989. So it's a fairly new category.
1989. It's been around for 40 years.
Yeah, but that's when the category
okay.
was introduced.
Seems like it's been around for a while.
Doechii's first Grammy, and she acknowledged that many may not know of her, and she called herself a swamp princess because I'm from Tampa, Florida. And I've got the audio here.
That's awesome.
I mean, listen, I'm from Tampa, Florida. I never heard of Doechii.
Oh, I thought you've been a swamp prince for
Hey,
years.
how ironic would that be if she grew up here and went to Blake High School? What if she's heard of me, but I've never heard of her, and she just won a freaking Grammy on national television last night?
Or what if she never heard of you and you're as big a stranger to her as she is to you?
I'm guessing Doechii's aware of the MJ Morning Show.
Don't hold your breath.
I'm guessing. All right, so here's the deal. I have audio. This is Doechii. Doechii wins, and then a little bit of her speech from the Grammys last night.
I don't want to make this long, but this category was introduced in 1989.
I know, I just said that. All right, so then she goes on for a minute there, then
Let's hear
hold
her.
on.
I don't want to hear you. I
Hold
want
on,
to hear Doechii.
she's got a 3-minute speech.
Let's hear it. She's finished the whole
There's so
thing.
many people out there who probably don't know who I am. I call myself the Swamp Princess because I'm from Tampa, Florida.
All right, I've never heard of.
There's so much culture in Tampa. Whenever people think about Florida, they only think about like Miami, but Tampa has so much talent. Labels, go to Tampa. There's talent there, okay? Thank you so much to my label, TDE, and everybody that helped put this together. All the producers on the project, I thank you.
All right, have you ever heard of women from Tampa being called a swamp princess? I never heard of that.
No.
You know,
She said that she's called the swamp princess because she's from Tampa, Florida.
There's so many people out there who probably don't know who I am. I call myself the Swamp Princess because I'm from Tampa, Florida.
But why do you call yourself? So she calls herself a swamp princess. But
So much culture in Tampa. Whenever people think about Florida,
why does she call herself a swamp princess? I don't think of Tampa as being particularly swampy.
okay.
You know, maybe after Hurricane Helene, but you know.
I always thought the swamp referred to, what is that, Gainesville?
Yeah, well, that's right.
Yeah.
At UF,
Not-
it's
yeah.
it's the swamp.
And then
Right.
there's a literal swamp, you know, in the Everglades.
The stadium is called the Swamp up in Gainesville.
Right.
Yeah.
there's so many people out there who probably don't know who I am. I call myself the Swamp Princess because I'm from Tampa, Florida.
All right.
There's so much culture in Tampa. Whenever people think about Florida, they only think about like Miami, but Tampa has so much talent. Labels, go to Tampa. There's talent there, okay?
Yeah, look at that. Fester, you ought to start beatboxing.
Listen, I'll tell you right now, Doechii did more for the Tampa music scene in that 20 seconds
Yep.
than anybody has ever
Oh,
done
yeah.
in the history
Yeah.
of mankind.
Yep.
She went to Blake High School.
Yeah.
And apparently even went back to Blake just a couple of months ago. In
Yeah.
November, she went back and made a little trip to Blake.
That's all. I think she was in town for a stop or something. She
Good
went back
for
to
her.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so hold on. Andrew pulled a couple of clips because I don't know.
Do we have any of the alligator bites doesn't heal? Is that the name of the song? I hate to sound so.
I have a clip of what it is, and this is Doechii. Let's hear a little bit of Doechii.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
you've heard it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure people have heard it if you just want to
No.
freaking grab
Okay,
it.
listen. There's a couple,
I just haven't heard it.
there's a couple of stations like the one we used to work at that burns the hell out of this song. I did not put together the fact that Doechii is that Doechii
Oh.
from. I didn't put that. I'm
Oh,
not
how
that
many
big
how many freaking Doechies are out there?
I didn't know.
What is a whole list of Doechies?
Up until a couple of minutes ago, I thought her name was Doechii. Okay, I am not the guy to go to.
You mean
Doechii?
Chi?
Right, but that's a catchy
Oh, you know
song.
what?
Hmm.
Oh, I'm thinking of a co-branding genius product. Dough Cheetos.
Oh my gosh.
Doechii, Cheetos.
You need to keep that to yourself and send it to,
Oh man,
the agency.
Dough Cheetos.
Yeah.
If Doritos
Yeah.
and Cheetos had a baby, it would be this rapper.
Dough Cheetos says that she did. The Nile is a river.
That's hysterical.
And then Andrew pulled a clip. I guess after the Grammys, she actually did a custom rap about her win. It sounds like it's a produced record. I mean,
So she dropped a song after the Grammys talking about what she might have done if she didn't win, but we'll never know because she did win.
hold on.
Good for her.
Where's that last clip from?
Andrew.
So she didn't do it at the Grammys.
No.
She did it. They released it after she won, or they put it up on YouTube. Anyway,
How awesome is that? You have a song ready to go if you
Gotcha.
win.
congratulations to Doechii. That's Chi from Blake High School, who won a Grammy last night.
She might not even know who Homer Simpson is. Let's get that straight.
You're probably
I think she
right.
was born in 1998.
Yeah.
She's a little bit.
Wow. And then a couple other Grammy things, even though I didn't watch 1 second of this thing last night. I guess Beyonce won Best Country Artist, or what did she
Yeah.
win?
Yeah. Best country album?
What did you? Stunned Beyonce wins Best Country Album. All right, so Best Country Beyonce, big country winner. I know that Beyonce did a little foray into country.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it wasn't a four. She did a whole album.
I know, but
She's-
A whole
Country.
persona. Whole
Yeah.
country.
I-
Hillbilly Carter or something? Or
I don't think that I've heard
Country
any of
Carter?
it though.
Country Carter.
Do you,
Is that
have
it?
you heard
I
any of the music?
Yes, I watched the
Yeah.
the halftime show on, what was it, Christmas Day?
she has a catchy song like "This Ain't Texas."
Yeah.
and
Yes.
I like it.
I
It's
like
a catchy
it.
song.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Tech Beyonce. And then last thing on the Grammys, Kanye West and his wife.
What they do?
Oh.
She walks on the red carpet completely freaking naked, essentially. This is insane. So Kanye West, folks, look up the pictures. Just go to the Googles. Do the Google search on this thing. Kanye West and Bianca Censori had to be escorted out of the Grammys as he hits the red carpet with her, and she is virtually naked. I guess they were trying to recreate the album cover of Vultures. album last year, Vultures 1, and she had like nothing on. She was in a skin-colored like pantyhose bodysuit, and it looks like she's completely naked. And just like a little strip of fabric covering like her front and back. My God, but they were escorted off of the red carpet. There were some reports that they weren't invited and he just crashed it.
What?
Yeah, other reports are no, he was invited. I don't know what the story is.
So a lot of these award shows, once you're nominated once or once you've won once, then you're invited to everyone thereafter. That's why you see like oddball people on the red carpet of the Oscars because they were nominated for something in like 1970.
So Kanye is walking with her. She shows up wearing a black fur coat. And then while they're in the middle of the red carpet, she drops the black fur coat and she's essentially completely naked.
So it's just a stunt.
Of course it's a stunt.
Just like I don't even understand. Oh my gosh.
His whole life's a stunt.
I mean, look at this thing. I mean, look, Michelle, describe that.
Yeah, there's no words for it. It's like hose. Literally, it's hose, like panty hose.
But
Yeah,
you see
It's a dress made out of pantyhose.
But you see virtually everything through the hose.
Well, that's like that's what hose was. Hose didn't,
right.
I'll tell you
like-
what, that's a good look.
Wow. So essentially, she was naked
I'm not mad at her at all.
on the red carpet.
Also, she looks a little scared.
Well,
The look in her eyes.
it's almost like she's a hostage.
Yeah.
No, because you look
Hostage
at
vibes.
all the stuff that she does and she wears. This has been going on for several years now, where she's like every day she's more outrageous being photographed with Kanye out in public. But listen, it's obviously just for attention, which is clearly all they're doing. Hey, there's a big freaking fight between Punxsutawney Phil and Staten Island Chuck. So you got two competing. Seriously. With Groundhog's Day, which was Saturday, Sunday. When was Groundhog's Day? Today's the 3rd.
Today's the 3rd. Was the 2nd?
Yeah. What day is Groundhog's Day?
I don't know.
Is it February 1st? What day is freaking Groundhog's Day?
Saturday,
Yeah.
February 1st.
I thought it was. I saw a news report Saturday
No,
night.
Groundhog's Day is February 2nd.
Jeez.
That's Groundhog's Day. No, you think it's Feb 1. No. Groundhog's Day is February 2nd. I think.
February 2nd,
Yes.
2025.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Groundhog's Day is February 2nd. I'm sorry, Groundhog Day. It's not plural. Groundhog Day. And, does the groundhog see a shadow or doesn't see the shadow in the prediction of... So you've got Punxsutawney Phil, that's the famous groundhog, the Bill Murray movie, Groundhog Day. And then you got this competing groundhog up on Staten Island in New York City.
I had no idea about the Staten Island groundhog.
So oh yeah,
I've never heard of it.
And listen, you got the original, I guess, is Punxsutawney Phil in Pennsylvania, but then you have all these rip-off groundhogs around the country, and one of the more famous rip-off groundhogs is the one on Staten Island Chuck. So Punxsutawney Phil predicted 6 more weeks of winter yesterday, but Staten Island Chuck, that groundhog, says no, that the winter's going to be short. So they're in awe. And apparently the Staten Island groundhog has a better track record as far as predicting whether you have 6 more weeks or whatever, 8 more.
Really?
I don't even know what it is.
6.
Is it 6 more weeks
Yes.
of winter?
6 more weeks of winter.
Yeah, whatever. So the Staten Island groundhog is more accurate than the Pennsylvania groundhog. But then Staten Island Chuck, remember? That's the
Yes.
one that Bill de Blasio, the former mayor of New York, dropped and it died a
Right.
couple of days later. Yeah, Bill de Blasio, that clod of a mayor up in New York, he dropped the groundhog like 8 years ago or something, and the groundhog died a couple of days later.
And they're so cute.
Yeah, they are pretty cute, but they'll bite your freaking face off.
No.
They're not
They'll-
vicious animals.
They'll give you rabies
No.
in 13 seconds. That's how quickly it shows
I've
up.
always heard during the filming of the movie Groundhog's Day, the
Yes.
scene where Bill Murray is driving the truck with the groundhog, that the groundhog just bit the crap out of his fingers.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen the movie.
Yeah. You've never seen Groundhog's Day?
No.
It's just Groundhog Day.
No, there's multiple. I don't know. No, it's Groundhog Day. It's not plural. It's Groundhog Day. Sorry to offend all the groundhogs.
Monitors.
Listen, MJ, it's not plural. It's just one groundhog.
He only said it plurally like how many
Yeah,
times
who
over there?
cares?
Fester, tell me about your run-in with the Florida Highway Patrol.
Dude, listen.
Florida, an encounter with the FHP. When was this?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Fester, FHP. Where was it?
One of my favorite places, Wawa.
Oh, so it wasn't on the road.
No, it wasn't on the road.
You were in Wawa?
Yes.
All right, so what kind of an FHP encounter could you possibly have in a Wawa?
All right. So, of the gas station convenience stores that sell coffee, which all of them do, I believe, this is just my opinion, that Wawa is the best coffee place. Okay? And
Michelle thinks it's Dunkin' Donuts.
listen, but that's not a convenience gas
Yeah.
station. That's a restaurant. Okay.
Different
But-
segment.
Yeah, but if you're in the convenience store gas station, Circle K, 7-Eleven, Racetrack, I think Wawa has the best coffee selection and offerings. And if you're a Wawa Rewards member, coffee's only $1 until like February something. So I go on Sunday to get my $1 coffee, and you know what I like to do when I go to Wawa's? I like to steal about 100 packets of Splenda.
you grab you grab
Yeah.
your handfuls at
Right.
Wawa of the Splenda packets.
So it wasn't particularly.
When's the last time you actually purchased Splenda?
What year is this? 25? I don't know. 19? I don't know. So it's been a while since I actually bought any Splenda. I always get, a handful of packets from the Wawa, and I'll go once every couple of weeks and replenish my supply.
From the Wawas.
So I'm there. I'm at the coffee station. I got my 24-ounce coffee cup. I put a couple of Splendas in there. I put a little hazelnut creamer in there, right? And I'm getting ready
So
for
you've got your pilfer pile ready to go.
And I kind of reach in to take almost all the Splenda.
So you get your clodhopper hand in there.
Yeah.
And you're getting ready to do a claw machine and grab
The big prize.
the whole hand,
Yeah.
like every single Splenda packet.
I was going to clean them out.
And what happened? You got an FHP guy looking over your shoulder?
So my hand is in the Splendas. I'm grabbing it. Like all 5 fingers are buried.
like a claw machine.
Yes. And I look over.
By the way, that's Fester's dream claw machine is just filled with Splenda packets. Put $1 in, grab.
I would love that.
All right, go ahead.
So I look over, and right next to me, not too close, but pretty close, Florida Highway Patrol officer, trooper, in complete uniform, all the little pins, all the buttons, everything decked out.
Marksman, sharpshooter.
All that stuff. Master something on
Right.
every pin you can
Yeah.
imagine.
Mhm.
Well decorated Florida State Trooper.
FTO.
Eyeballing me.
Uh-oh.
And I'm thinking, oh,
Right.
crap.
Right.
This guy's got me dead to rights.
Right.
I mean, I don't know that Florida State Troopers do, sting operations at Wawa.
Splenda enforcement.
Coffee stands, but
Got a Splenda sting going on in Wawa.
this guy's about to take down the kingpin of stealing sweetener. Okay? Sarge, I caught him with 300 bags of powder.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Splenda powder.
All right, so what happens?
So the cop looks at me and I look at him and I kind of just slowly retract the claw empty from the Splenda. Now I got to play it off.
Retreat.
Yes.
Retreat.
Listen, you got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them. I was folding this one. Live to fight another day with my daring life of petty crime.
Right.
And the cop is just looking at me. I'm thinking, "Gee, he's on to me. I'm going to jail for Splenda."
Can I see some ID, please?
Cop looks at me, and now we meet again at the coffee pumps where you can fill up your cup. And I kind of let him go first. And he goes, "No, you go first." And I go, "No, you go first." Now I'm in a pissing contest with the cop of which can get the coffee first. And he's looking at me eye to eye the whole time. And he's like, "Hey, don't I know you?" And I look at him and I just kind of, and I'm thinking in the back of my head, yes, I am the Splenda thief of Central Florida. You probably have an APB out for me.
Splenda.
And I'm thinking,
Fester robs every convenience store of all of their Splendas whenever he goes in.
so I'm thinking, I don't think I have any active warrants. And he goes, all right. You look like somebody I know. You look like somebody I thought I knew, or something like that. You look familiar.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, yeah, I get that a lot. And I leave it at that.
Right.
And then he goes, you work on the MJ Morning Show. And I kind of look at him. I go, well, I don't know if I'd use the word work, but I show up every day. And turns out the trooper listens every morning. Hillsborough County's his beat, and we had a nice conversation. He probably would have loved to have taken me down, though, for the Splenda heist. But so anyway, all the Florida State. He said all the guys on the troop. Is it the force? The troop? What are they?
It's the troop.
What do you call a bunch of state troopers? Is it like a gaggle, like geese? I don't know.
They're
anyway,
troopers.
the gaggle of troopers. A lot of them listen to the morning show. He says I told him, listen, call in anytime. We love to support and talk to law enforcement. And he's like, oh, I wanted to call in a couple of times, but gotta keep my eyes on the road.
So Tampa's going to be Troop C, as in Charlie.
Okay.
Yeah, Tampa's Troop C, because the state is broken up into different troops according to region. So Tampa is Troop C, as in Charlie.
So now I instantly have very little to talk to this guy about other than my, criminal activity. And I was like, and he listens to the program, of course.
That's awesome.
So I said, MJ, he's on the official Florida State Troopers, press release list. He practically thinks he's one of you guys. And he's like, yeah, I hear him all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in media, and I'm in media, and I get the releases from Sergeant Gaskins. Yeah,
That's what he
okay.
said. He goes, Sergeant Gaskins sends him the release.
I thought you were.
I didn't get shot in the leg or anything.
I thought you were going to get cuffed and stuffed or something.
No officer was sitting on my chest in his video of me yelling, I can't breathe. Nothing like that.
Right.
But boy, I got as close as I thought I was going to get to getting pinched.
Got a question for you. If you've got a loved one in a funeral home and the funeral home catches on fire and burns to the ground and you're going to have them cremated, is that cremation free?
I mean, a discount sounds appropriate.
Oh, man.
But how do you even get the ashes? Like, can they separate them?
Well, here's the deal. East Greenwich, Rhode Island. Crews from multiple fire departments responded to a large fire at a funeral home yesterday morning. The Hill Skeffington Funeral Home, established back in the 1800s. Fire crews were called to Main Street. It's a landmark building. Just before 4 a.m., according to the fire chief.
What town is this again?
4 a.m. yesterday morning.
What town?
Oh, what town? I thought you said what time. East Greenwich, Rhode Island.
All right.
Yeah, funeral home operator John Skevington said no bodies were at the facility's crematorium.
No body?
No
bodies?
No bodies.
Again, say it again. No body? No employees? No body?
N-O space bodies. But it does raise the question, what if there were bodies and there's a fire and it takes the place down? I mean, do you pay for the cremation or is that comped?
Well, I don't even know if you get the ashes.
I mean,
yeah. No, apparently there were no bodies in there. But can you imagine if there were? Funeral home burns to the ground, and they've got crematorium facilities. Wow. Hey, let me ask this kid at Freedom High School here in Tampa what the hell he was thinking. Have you seen that cell phone case that has we've talked about this in the past? The cell phone case that has like a gun attached to it.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Professor, bring it up. Bring up a picture. I don't know if Michelle's seen this thing before.
You know who used to have one of these?
I
Pat George used to have one of these. Pat George, our traffic reporter.
Yeah.
He used to have a pistol that had a pistol-shaped phone case.
No, he didn't have a pistol. He had a phone case that looked like a pistol.
But vice versa, vice versa. But yes. It's a phone case that looked like a gun.
So the gun is like coming off like a handle, so you can hold your phone like you're holding a gun. What kid thinks it's appropriate to bring this to high school? There was a lockdown. Last week on Friday, there was a lockdown because of the kid's gun, pistol, phone case.
Yeah, another student did the right thing and thought he saw somebody with a gun. Because he reported it.
Guess what? Because it looks like a gun.
Just like a gun.
Freedom High School, lockdown Friday. Reports of an armed person at school. TPD said no reports of injuries or shots fired. Student told the teacher they thought they saw a student with a gun.
What about
And then TPD rushes in and school's on lockdown. Everything's blaring over there. Lockdown. And actually, I don't think that's not the lockdown sound at Freedom. The lockdown sound at Freedom High School is lockdown. Yeah.
This is the worst lockdown music ever. That's awful. How about we look into that?
I don't think they have lockdown music.
MJ,
Yeah, it's
think
like,
of
it's
the
like walk-up music at a baseball game, you know?
think of the fear amongst the other students. You know, that instantly midday, it's unplanned lockdown. I mean, parents probably ran to the school as word got out that they're under lockdown.
Tampa police found that the student didn't have a gun. The student had a cell phone case that has a replica, semi-automatic handgun.
It has a pistol grip. It has a trigger on it.
Yeah.
It has what's that called? What is it called?
Dude, are you having a
No,
stroke?
what is it called? The bullet exiter. What is that called?
Ejector port.
Yes, the ejector. That's the word I was looking
Ejector port.
for. Ejector port?
Yeah,
Sounds like you're making it up too.
No.
It's the ejector port. Sounds like we're both making it up. This looks just like a real
But
pistol.
why would this kid? I mean, what kid? I mean, even in elementary school, you should know that you shouldn't bring something that could be misconstrued as a gun to school.
All right, so what's the charges here?
Listen, I'm sure the kid's going to be in trouble. I
What, a
think.
stern warning?
Hold on, I got a statement from Lee Burkaw, TPD chief. We understand that news like this is deeply concerning and can cause anxiety for parents and the entire community. Thankfully, in this case, there was no active threat. We appreciate the swift action of the student and teacher in reporting this concern. Their actions are a testament to the importance of see something, say something. We urge all parents to take this opportunity to talk to their children about school safety, what is appropriate to bring to school, and the importance of reporting anything that seems suspicious. Yeah, parents, have a discussion with your kid. Don't bring anything that can be misconstrued as a gun to school.
I tell you what,
Wow.
good job on the kid reporting it immediately and telling somebody. Absolutely.
Hands down. Absolutely. This was the right thing to do. No student, this turned out to be not a gun, but the student that reported this did the right thing. 100% did the right thing. Do not say, oh, I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Oh, I'm not. If you see something, if there's any suspicion, it's better to say something and have it be nothing than to have some crazed maniac, shoot up a bunch of teachers and students. So, but don't be a jackass. Don't be a jackwagon and bring a cell phone case that has like a real gun. Something that looks like a real gun, I should say, a replica built into the phone case. So I have seen that before.
Why would you even want that? That protrudes from the phone. It makes it more of
just
difficult to carry.
It's just like it looks like a real bitch to carry, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't get that. So, Super Bowl tickets
Are they up or down?
plummeting even more. This is the NFL on the MJ Morning Show. Super Bowl licks. It's LIX.
Yeah.
For 59. It's LIX in the Roman numerals, and the prices are they're plummeting. So last week we were talking about how the average price was down from around this time. The average price was like for the cheapest ticket was like $5,500 or $6,000 a ticket. Then last week we were talking about how prices are now down to lowest price seats were coming in at about $4,500. And then listen to this. Now the cheapest seats for Super Bowl licks, which is this weekend, this coming Sunday, is Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. And the cheapest seats now for the Super Bowl this weekend, $3,467.
Wow.
Which is way down. That's the cheapest seats. And again, I'm not interested. I don't even know if I'm going to watch the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Oh, you're going to watch it.
What are you going to do? What, are you going to not watch it? Why don't you shut it off?
I just don't have an interest in the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles.
It'll be your background noise while you prepare.
Yeah.
That's it. And I'll watch it.
And the commercials over the last, 5-7, it just doesn't seem like the commercial density of high quality has maintained. It just seems that, I don't know whether I'm just having nostalgic memories of yesteryear, but
You're old.
it just seems that seems that the commercials were just better, 15, 20 years ago than where they are now.
Well, now all the commercials are released in advance. Like by the end
Well,
of this week,
not all of them.
most of it, we're gonna know.
Most
what,
of them are.
what-
I think.
yeah,
Yeah, I think you're right, Fester.
we're gonna know what the commercials are before the bulk of the commercials. All the big sponsors are gonna have their commercials out on YouTube. They're gonna have 10 million views before
Right.
the game even hits.
Yeah.
Do you know there are people that are afraid to go outside? And it's not agoraphobia. When you think of people that are afraid to go out, I think the first thing that people think of is agoraphobia. So,
Yeah.
Professor, go to the
Is agoraphobia a word for like Hobbit or something? Or
agoraphobia, agoraphobia, agoraphobia. Look it up and give me the actual definition of agoraphobia.
agoraphobia
Yep.
is an anxiety disorder characterized by intense fear and avoidance of situations where escape might be difficult or help may not be available.
Is that I've always
That's,
heard?
Yeah, that's not a. You're,
So agoraphobia, is that like afraid of being on a boat? I can't get off
No,
a boat?
well, hold on.
I don't know.
Just type into Google, afraid of going outside phobia. Yeah, afraid of going outside. Maybe I'm conflating, but I always thought it was agoraphobia. People that wanted to stay inside. Afraid of going outside
they
phobia.
don't feel safe in a public place.
Yeah, no, it's agoraphobia.
It's agoraphobia.
Yeah, so I'm right.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
safe in my home. At least I perceive myself that way, where if I go out, I can't escape.
But guess what? There's another phobia, and I had no idea this existed. There are people that are afraid of going out because they're afraid of doing this in public.
Pooping themselves?
Nope, you're close.
Is it? Oh my gosh, that's
There are people that are afraid to go out.
What?
It's the fear of vomiting in public. There are people that are afraid to go out. I mean,
what triggers that?
I can't tell you the last time I threw up.
How about you just
mean-
not go out and eat?
Yeah.
What are you gonna have, Bill? I'm okay.
I read a story about Alex Simwise,
What is it called?
43-year-old woman that's afraid to go out because she has an extreme fear of vomiting. So she's afraid to go out.
All right, hold on. A fear of vomiting and a fear of,
Fear of vomiting. What's it called?
a vomophobia.
No, the fear of vomiting is known as a metaphobia. A
Yeah.
metaphobia.
Do you have like a hairpin trigger or something where you can go at any time?
Wow.
I mean, I guess I have a fear of vomiting, but as well, I mean, I don't want to do it.
Anybody listening? Are you afraid to go out because you're afraid you're just gonna hurl?
This is a really paralyzing
I
disability.
I never heard of this. I mean, it can't be that common, but people are afraid to go out because
It is a specific phobia characterized by an intense and irrational fear of vomiting or seeing others vomit.
or seeing others vomit. So it's not just you. So you're what? You don't want to go to the movies because somebody could, in the middle of the movie, just.
I'm going to wait for it to go on streaming and I'll watch it there. I'll watch it on Disney Plus once it drops. I'm not going to the theater.
Emetophobia is the fear of vomiting in public or seeing other people
It could be developed by traumatic experiences,
Oh, man.
genetics, learned behavior.
That's crazy. All right, are you ready for the latest ridiculous tipping story or expectation?
Yeah, what is that?
That workers at retail stores are now, in some cases, expecting to get tipped for helping a customer find something or answering questions.
Like Dillard's?
Like, yeah, let's use that as an example. You're in Dillard's and you're helping someone. And listen, I don't want to attach Dillard's name. I'm just saying that I have no report of this happening at Dillard's.
But think of any big box.
Just think of
big
any
store. Yeah,
Target, Walmart, whatever.
You name it.
That there's the tipping culture is so out of control that some workers at stores, just to help a customer, will stand there thinking that they're going to get tipped.
That can't be a thing.
Yeah,
No.
you're in Home Depot, and again, I'm not suggesting that this is happening at Home Depot. I read a story. I saw a story that tipping culture is so out of control that some people are expecting to get tipped. So, as an example, but I have no story of this happening at a Home Depot. Yeah. Hey, can you show me where are the washers? Yeah, I need a tank bolt washer for my toilet. Oh, hey, sir, let me show you where. That's going to be down here on aisle 17, bin 12. Let me take you there. And then what? Then they stand there holding their hand out for a tip? Come on. Yeah, again, there's no report of this happening at a Home Depot. I'm just giving you an example.
So my Publix near my house recently changed where everything is. I just memorized where the whole store is.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
They restock or redesign. The stores are the same. They still have the same aisles, but like barbecue sauce was on one aisle. Now it's one aisle over on another side. The whole store is different.
That's got to be a pain in the ass to redo
I think
that.
every store does it maybe once a decade.
But just to like keep you on your toes?
Just to spice it up a little bit.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
So I had to ask a guy who normally works in the dairy section.
What'd you ask him?
Where the Mio squirters are, the little,
Oh.
squirters. I love those.
Oh, you're the one that buys a
I
Mio
love them.
squirter?
They're great. The fruit punch is great.
Yeah.
The
Why
lemonade
don't
is
you
so
just grab some lemon and lime juice and just squirt it
Why
in?
don't you grab some lemon and lime juice and put it in your butt? I mean, the Mio squirters are fantastic. I love the Mio squirters. And so I go, hey, where are the Mio squirters? He goes, oh, we moved them. And then he walked me. He goes, I'll walk you there.
Yeah.
Did he put his hands out for a tip?
No,
Yeah.
because he has like the Publix no tipping pin.
Yeah, well, even if you
But it
are
was very helpful.
if you're help to the parking lot, aren't they supposed to refuse tips?
No tipping at Publix.
Yeah, if they help you to the parking lot with
Yep.
your shopping bags, I think they're supposed to refuse tips.
Yeah, guess what?
Yeah.
When I was
You
a
know
Publix
what?
bagger,
I think we ought to test that. We ought to do hidden camera.
No.
We
No.
got to do hidden camera and
yeah.
No,
and,
I'm not.
and then let them help you to the parking lot hidden camera investigation.
No.
And then you whip out a 5 spot and see if they take it.
No.
Do you remember there was a TV
Yeah.
station that like signed on? It was like a news station, and the first like I-team report was they left a wallet out at the airport, and some guy just walked by and picked it up, and they totally put them together on the news, and like the guy lost his job and something was a big deal.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
that's awful.
Yeah, I mean that's like the
Jeez.
lowest level of that's like entrapment of some sort, right?
Right. I'm not
Hey.
about getting people in trouble like that.
Yeah.
Anonymous is on the phone from St. Pete. Hello, Anonymous. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hello, MJ.
Hello,
I'm a former
Anonymous.
I'm a former worker at Target, and I know from the time I started to the time I retired, it was against our policy to receive any types of tips. I've had numerous people offer me tips. I've even had a woman offer me an envelope that she said had a $20 bill in it, and I've refused every single
Hold on.
one.
What did you do for this customer at Target that warranted her handing you an envelope with a $20 bill?
Every time she said she's come in, she seeked me out because every time I've always pointed her in the right direction and found the item that she's looking for that she could not find. And no one else was able to help her because no one else would help her.
Well, look at that. You know what? And Target, I'm sure, has gone downhill since you left.
Not really.
Okay,
What
all
I
right.
learned is-
I
I was being
have
sarcastic.
a
No,
question.
What I learned is they've become kind of stricter on their things, and they've become to the point to where they're watching some of their employees that they've even fired some for taking tips.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So I have a question. With this breaking Target news, why do you feel it necessary to be anonymous?
Because I'm a former worker and I am in the process of looking for another retail job.
Oh, gotcha. You don't want to get you don't want to get flagged.
My
Yeah.
culinary chance kind of went down the drain because I was trying to apply for the VA, but they are more, from what I've been told, looking to hire veterans that have come from foreign war, give them a chance to get back into public and working there.
You know
on
what?
the
You know
VA.
what? I'm sorry I
field.
asked. I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry.
Anonymous.
My fault. My
Anonymous.
fault. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you for being a credit to Target. Have a great day.
I apologize to you and all of the listeners.
All right. Emery in Tampa. Emery is on the MJ Morning Show. Hello.
Hey, good morning, MJ. Great show. A real quick story. Went to Walmart one morning, right when they opened to make a return, and when 3.5 hours later, I realized that my wallet was gone. I didn't know where it was. I'm like, oh my god, I either left it in the parking lot in the cart at Walmart, or I left it at the customer service. And I scurried back to Walmart, I got 10 credit cards in my wallet, all with obviously available, whatever, and I had about $60 in cash inside it. And I'm thinking I lost my wallet forever. I drive for a living, so I always need my driver's license. And lo and behold, I go in there, and they said yes. The cart guy that works for Walmart found it in the parking lot and turned it in.
That's awesome.
And I opened my wallet, and I was like, "Here, I want it. Where's that guy at? I'm going to go give him a $20 bill right now for
Wow.
doing it." Oh no, you can't do that. He'll get fired if he accepts it. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Oh, let's test that out. Let's see if we'll get fired.
Yeah, let's get some kids fired from Walmart for shanking buggies.
But
Wow.
I really wanted to give him money, for as a reward,
Yeah.
but
That's a
I
nice.
thought that was
That's a
ridiculous.
nice gesture. Hey, buddy, thanks for calling. Hey, I think he called like a week ago too, because Emery. Because I think of Emery as more of a female name, right?
I don't know. You can ask him
No,
next time.
but he's called a couple
I
times
think
now.
of
so-
Emery more as a
yeah.
board.
All right, now let's move on to the terrible times in American aviation in the last couple of days. Holy crap! It doesn't. First of all, we haven't had a fatal crash of a U.S. airline since 2009, and then we had the American Airlines situation over D.C. Then that was followed up on Friday night, about 6 p.m. You had a general aviation, a small business jet that torpedoed right into the ground in Philadelphia. I mean, holy crap. So I'll get to that in just a second. But first, Fester, you found this. An American Airlines captain, knowing that maybe some of the passengers are tense right now, this guy in the last couple of days made this announcement?
Yeah, I saw this, and I thought it was very thoughtful and genuine
Yeah.
from the flight deck.
I listened to it.
Yeah.
It sounded genuine to me.
Yeah.
I think the guy sounds like a great captain, and it is an American Airlines pilot that made this announcement over the PA, and clearly one of the passengers started recording, not right when he started, but said, "Oh, man, I'm going to record this." So we have a little bit of audio of the captain coming over the PA system. So it is American Airlines, and keep in mind that American Airlines just lost that regional jet with the midair collision over D.C. last week, and here's the pilot.
Maybe fearful about flying, and that's certainly understandable. But just please know that my first officer and our flight attendants and myself place your safety and the responsibility of carrying you to Miami, to your families, your vacations, your meetings, at the highest level. I have no higher calling than carefully and professionally transporting you today. So with that, relax and enjoy the beautiful evening that we get to fly in. We'll be underway shortly.
So essentially, I have no higher professional calling than to get you to Miami safely. I don't know where the flight originated, but clearly it was
Going to Miami.
headed to Miami.
Listen, that's awesome. I'm sure a lot of people had a degree of tension
Of course.
boarding a plane, and I'm glad he did that.
The update on the D.C. American Airlines regional jet, that CRJ 700 from Wichita, Kansas, to Reagan National, D.C. The update is, they got the boxes, the black boxes. They've recovered a lot of the victims from the water, not all. Then there was a report that, and this came out over the weekend, that the pilot apparently tried to pull up the nose within seconds of the deadly crash. So their TCAS, their alert, traffic, must have been screaming. And the pilot tried to this is the jet pilot with the 60 passengers on board, apparently tried to make or take some evasive action, but just couldn't do it fast enough. So they knew that something really bad was just about to happen.
Somebody brought up over the weekend that I heard that these Black Hawk helicopters are designed to be really, really difficult to see at night.
Really?
But because
Yeah.
they do missions and they have a couple of lights on them, running lights, but
Right.
they're not like a plane where you could spot
Oh.
it from, if a plane flies over the house, even if it's, far, far away, I can still see
Right.
it and track it across the sky.
Also, in a kind of a spooky fashion, it was also reported that Black Hawk was on a training mission,
Right.
and it was a continuity of government training mission. So if we're under attack or if there's some big, huge emergency, continuity of government is getting maybe officials in
Right.
and out of D.C., evacuating. They were on that kind of a mission, just running a training mission. And and then it looks like the chopper was supposed to be down at around 200 feet. The jet up at about 400. The chopper was too high.
Yeah.
So the chopper was above the altitude at which it should have been operating. So it should have passed below. Even then, that's really close. It's too close for comfort anyway.
But you're the pilot. You're looking at that fairly small window in front of the plane.
I'm telling you right now, when you look at the Horizon video, like the EarthCam video, there is another flight that's in the upper part of the screen. I'm telling you, it was the closer airplane is not the one that had the collision. It was the one further off near the bank on the other side. And I'm telling you right now, that Black Hawk pilot was looking at the wrong airplane.
Mm.
That's what's going to be determined. Just my guess. I don't mean to be a Monday morning quarterback here, but I said this last week. I think the pilot was just looking at the wrong. And then we have the Philadelphia thing on Friday night. My God, did you see the crater in the ground?
I saw the fireballs and the burning fires in the streets.
Parts of the flaming airplane flying off like shrapnel and debris going everywhere. So you had, and this is so sad. Can you imagine? You had like a 5 or 6 year old kid.
Yeah.
You had a kid that was getting treated at the Shriners Hospital in Philly.
Right.
A Mexican kid. It was a Mexican airplane, an air ambulance. It was like a medical jet transport, taking this kid who had just received a long treatment at Shriners. The mother, the child, pilot, co-pilot, and then 2 medical personnel, 6 people on the aircraft.
That's awful.
And the kid was just released from Shriners Hospital after extensive treatment on the way back to home in Mexico.
So they were leaving Philadelphia?
They were leaving Philadelphia, climbing out, and the plane was only in the air like 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And the plane, had some kind of catastrophic problem and just torpedoed. I mean, it was like a missile going into the ground. And there's this massive crater that I saw some drone video flying over,
Right.
and the debris. It looks like an apocalyptic scene out of some kind of movie with all of the burned out cars on the street, all the debris, humongous crater right on the sidewalk, right next to the road. That's where the impact was. At least one person on the ground was killed.
Right.
You have listen to this. And so someone in their car was probably just right next to the crash, was probably incinerated.
Right.
I mean, can you imagine? You're just driving on the road. It's Friday night. You're on the road at 6 o'clock, and a freaking plane crashes right
Boom.
next to you, and the lights out. You're done.
Done.
And then a guy was sitting in a restaurant, got hit in the head by airplane parts.
Yeah.
In
Inside the restaurant.
blasted through the restaurant. I mean, listen to this: a customer sitting in a diner a half a mile from where the plane crashed was hit in the head by plane debris, a half mile from impact, and a piece was hurled that far through the window of a restaurant. The unidentified man was sitting in a booth at the Four Seasons Diner on Cotman Avenue when a small piece of metal thought to be from the Learjet 55 flew through one of the glass windows and smacked him in the head. Can you imagine? You're at a diner. You're having dinner, and an airplane part from a crash hits you in the head.
Amazing.
The hell? That's unbelievable.
The fireball was enormous.
Anyway, the guy should be okay, but he was hit in the head.
22 people injured, 5 serious.
And then again, everything's on video. Both plane crashes caught on video. The midair collision caught on multiple videos over D.C. Then you have this Philadelphia crash on Friday night caught on. There's a Ring doorbell. Have you seen that one? There's
Yes.
like a DoorDash guy's bringing food to someone's house, and they hear something, they turn, and Michelle, you commented on this.
They obviously hear something because they're looking up and they look back. They must have just processed like, oh, that noise is coming from behind, or the gentleman who's doing the delivery. And just as they turn, that's when you see the plane is obviously
then
crashing.
the explosion noise, it's so overwhelming, it distorts on the doorbell Ring camera's microphone.
And that guy runs in the house. You're like,
what do you do?
Right.
Absolutely.
I mean, you don't know what it is. They're like, what are they thinking in that second?
So the shockwave, the blast from this crash, from this little Learjet, was so great. It shattered windows. It rattled buildings. So you got the DoorDash food delivery Ring camera. Then you've got a dash cam. I think on this Cotman Avenue there was a dash cam where, and you even commented the streetlights went off because it got so bright with the explosion, it turned the photo sensors off.
Well, the
street
Ring
lights,
cam
yeah,
had the black and white night vision cam on it, and
Yeah.
it turned it to day. You
Yeah.
saw the everything was black and white because it was showing the night vision,
Right.
and then you see the big orange fireball because it was so bright.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
You're right.
But there are, like, there's a Dunkin' Donuts, which is like a couple of 100 yards away. The Dunkin' Donuts, the whole parking lot and the front sidewalk in front of the Dunkin', it's covered with debris, and it's like hundreds of yards away from the crash. And just the impact and the stuff that got flung, it's unbelievable. You know, people are like, it's out of a horror story.
How tragic.
Just a terrible story. And there's drone footage now that's insane. Just so sad. But clearly there was some kind of, catastrophic error, whether it was, power loss. It's too early to speculate. But did the pilot lose situational awareness, lost the horizon, the weather wasn't great? Did he get lost in the soup? Who knows? So Andrew has the audio from the doorbell cam.
What do you mean the weather wasn't great? I'm looking at video. It looks like it was a clear night.
No, it's not.
cold.
It was. Look at the roads. The roads were all wet. So there was kind of at where the plane got to like 1,600 feet.
Okay.
So it's probably misty
right.
and foggy up there. Andrew, you've got the audio from the Ring doorbell cam. All right, listen to this. Roll it. Listen to the distortion on the explosion.
Yeah, man. She's still hanging. Yeah, I think we need a little Yeah, man.
Oh, man, that's it.
I mean, you know what
Oh,
an
my
engine should sound
God.
like, and you know when an engine is screaming coming down just by hearing it. So they turned before it impact, and then the fireball over the horizon. Just crazy.
Terrible story. All right, shifting gears here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. On the celebrity front, Sean Diddy Combs was taken to the hospital under the cover of darkness.
Really?
For what?
Yeah, what'd they take him to the hospital for?
Medical issue.
Can you be less vague?
Yes, I can.
Oh, I'm in a hospital for a medical issue. Yeah, no
Apparently,
shit.
he had a knee problem.
What?
Yes, they can't bring a doctor in. What they have to do in it. So Sean Diddy Combs was taken to the hospital from that federal lockup in Brooklyn last week, according to the New York Post. Sources confirmed that Diddy was transported to a nearby hospital about 10 p.m. on Thursday to undergo, I guess, an MRI because of long-standing knee issues. Yep. Of course, he's awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges.
Did he twist his knee or anything? Did he injure himself
I
in the
don't-
cell?
I do not have that information. Did he?
I'm shocked at this information.
Yep.
So have you ever been to the hospital when they bring in somebody from the jail?
No.
So
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So listen,
How often do you frequent hospitals?
I'm around. I'm a regular. No, still, I've been to Tampa General Hospital. Tampa General Hospital is my hospital. If there's something going on, they're
Like your myasthenia gravis,
all my work is
which
done
is in remission, right?
as of today. Let's see what happens this afternoon. But
No, when was the last time you had any bout with your myasthenia gravis?
2 years ago, January 2 years ago.
Okay.
Anyway, but I think I visited a friend who was in the hospital or something, and there was the orange jumpsuit from Hillsborough County Jail.
Guy chained up,
And he had
cuffs,
he had one
shackles.
not shackled, but he had one guy was in a wheelchair and he was chained to had a handcuff on the side of the chair. So if he ran,
I like when they chain him to the bed.
And the other guy was on the bed.
God.
Oh, my
He was on the
God.
gurney.
Handcuffed to the hill rum.
Is the gurney the right term? I don't know. He was in the hospital transport bed, but he wasn't getting
Right.
up on his own.
Just like in the movie.
But he's there, and I'm thinking, I'm glad the guy's getting some degree of professional medical service, but he's wearing his jail orange jumpsuit.
You didn't strike up a conversation and ask him, hey, what you in for?
Well, I would have, but he didn't. I was moving by.
This sounds like a racket. So Diddy was complaining of a knee problem.
Yeah.
So they took him to get a MRI on
He was
his
rushed.
knee. Oh, yeah. Oh, my knee is bothering me. So, come on. He just wanted to get out of the damn detention center and smell some non-jail air.
You think the hospital's any better?
Yeah, guess what? When the hospital is better than being in another
jail.
place, that's when things are tough. Yeah, the hospital visit was done late at night to try to avoid all kinds of chatter about Diddy being moved and other inmates or other prison staffers. So they did it late at night.
Does it say what hospital he went to?
It does not. So he did not stay at the hospital overnight. They took him to the hospital. He got his MRI. Well, MRI, what, 40 minutes or so? I wonder if he had to sit in the waiting room or if they expedited his MRI.
Imagine if you're in the waiting room and there's Diddy just next to you, chained to the wheelchair.
Yeah.
I'm shocked at this information.
A Bureau of Prison spokesperson told the New York Post, for privacy, safety, and security reasons, we don't comment on the conditions or confinement for anyone in our custody, to include medical status or medical trips. Yeah, a law enforcement source said they were given a heads up about what occurred just in case it had leaked. And Diddy's attorney's not talking yet. So, his knee is bothering him. Got to rush him to get an MRI.
All right. I don't support keeping medical treatment from prisoners, but, you know, you do what they got to do. Diddy.
And then there was a story that, did we do the report that he allegedly dangled someone over a balcony? Did we do that? A la...
Who did he dangle?
Like Suge Knight is the one that didn't...
He did Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, Suge Knight dangled Vanilla Ice over a balcony in Miami, like 15 stories up.
He probably dangled a lot of people over balconies.
Yeah.
Was it a female that he kind of threatened in that capacity?
Sean Diddy Combs once dangled the victim over an apartment balcony. Prosecutors alleged in a new indictment that added 2 more victims and an earlier start date to his reign of sexual terror, alleged. Combs, 55, sexually abused the victims for at least 2 decades from 2004 to 2024, according to federal prosecutors, in a superseding indictment filed late last week. Previously, the earliest allegations dated to 2008, and the new allegations and new claims take it earlier to 2004.
Wow.
I guess a balcony dangling as well.
So he's in federal court.
Yes, he is.
Federal cases aren't on TV, are they?
No.
No, there's no cameras in federal court.
Oh. Because I would watch every second of this.
There no cameras in federal court. Nope. You're going to have to make do with reporters recounting and some great pastel sketches.
I have to say, courtroom artists
sketches
take such liberty.
They do, right?
I mean, come on.
Half of them look like Edvard Munch. Half of them look like Edvard Munch's The Scream, you know?
Right.
You know?
I mean, they're going to make Diddy, his caricature, regardless of what he's done, look like the villainiest villain of them all.
Are you ready for the creepy story of the day? Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
She said that grown men would crack jokes about her big breasts.
They did.
When she was just 16 years old.
I remember watching her on Party of Five when she was like a big shot.
Yeah.
And the interviews would always be about her boobs. And I think I saw an interview where it was such a thing to talk to her about her boobs. She was like, yes, I've named them Thelma and Louise.
Yeah, it's, you look at interviews that were done like in the late 90s and 2000s with young starlets underage.
Horrific.
And that does not hold up well.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, so I don't know if it really made an impression on me that Jennifer Love Hewitt had big gazongas. I don't know if that's like the first thing I think of.
Well, every guy who interviewed her, that was the first thing they thought of.
Apparently so, but I don't really have a memory.
She was very busty for a teenage girl.
I never really associated Jennifer Love Hewitt with giant boobs.
Did you ever watch her in anything?
Nah.
Exactly. That's why.
What was the show? Party of Five?
Party of Five.
Yeah, I think we saw a couple of episodes.
I watched it all. I loved that show.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing a lot of it. And then she was in the Scream. Was she Scream, the early Scream movies, right?
No, I know what you did last summer.
Let's get this straight.
Oh, no, what was it?
I don't want you to think she's
Oh, no. Yeah, that's right. You're right. It was not Scream. It was I Know What You Did Last
Right.
Summer. Yes.
So I don't want you to think that she's walking around dragging triple G's around. She was just a voluptuous, busty person at the age that she was doing these TV shows and movies, and that seems to be all they wanted to talk to her about. And she's like, "Yeah, I remember she named him Thelma and Louise."
Right.
She didn't know what else to say. She's like, can we talk about anything else but these?
And at the time I remember thinking like, what the heck? And I didn't really understand what was happening because I was young too, like her. And kudos to her for kind of going along with it, but also how awkward for her to have to continue to, to engage on that level.
The reason why this is coming out now, it's like, why are we talking about Jennifer Love Hewitt, the 1999 giant boobs? She was just recently on Mayim Bialik's podcast. My God, everyone's got a freaking podcast. I mean, I think my garbage hauler has a podcast.
All right, this is called MJ's Trash. And, I'm the garbage man, Cliff. Today, we're going to find out what kind of wines MJ enjoyed by going through his recycling.
I'll tell you what, the plumber working on the pipes next door probably has a podcast.
Hey, welcome to the Joe Gonzalez podcast here. Today we're going to talk about the crap that MJ tries to flush.
I mean, you go to McDonald's later today, and the lady that's handing you your bag, she's got a podcast. Everyone's got a freaking podcast.
Hello, welcome to the McDrive-Thru podcast.
All right, so Jennifer Love Hewitt is on with Mayim Bialik.
Yes, who is a brilliant person, by the way. She
was Blossom, right?
She was Blossom. She hosted Jeopardy for a year.
But she also had a giant set, didn't she?
But nobody was asking her about him.
Yeah.
Why is that?
She never leaned to the sexier route.
Right.
Gotcha.
And we're looking at pictures of Jennifer Love Hewitt on your screen, Fester. To be clear, I don't think she ever, tried to capitalize on that. I think for whatever reason, it was just gravitated to on her. Like people looked at her and thought oh, look at those boobs, But she's not running around like Pamela Anderson in a swimsuit or posing like that or acting in anything like that. She was a very respectable actress. Not that Pamela Anderson is not, by the way.
Hey, speaking of large breasts.
Yeah.
Another story I saw over the weekend is a woman who has a rare condition, and I've heard of this, gigantomastia. There's a condition called gigantomastia, and there's a woman by the name of Paige Amelia, 29 years old, and she has a pea cup.
Oh, my
God. Now, pea cup, that's what my parents handed my brother and me in the back seat of the car when we were driving to Florida. We had the pea cup or the pea bottle. But this woman has a pea cup.
Is there a surgical procedure that can help her at all?
My God. I mean, these are the size of Barca loungers.
All right.
I mean, it's natural. So Paige Amelia with a gigantic pea cup. Gigantomastia. And it's just an accelerated, rapid growth of breast tissue, which that is a thing. Hey, good news, Michelle. I might be onto something. What do I drink a lot of?
Water.
What type of water?
Sparkling water.
That's correct. So new research is pointing to sparkling water might be helpful in weight loss.
Are you trying to lose weight?
No, I'm happy where I am.
Well, then why are you so excited about drinking all this?
Well, maybe it's the water that keeps me from, ballooning up. Maybe it's the fact that I drink a lot of sparkling water.
Or the fact that I've put locks on the refrigerator.
There's no locks on the refrigerator. So a new report published in the British medical journal Nutrition, Prevention and Health suggests that carbonated water may support weight loss by enhancing glucose uptake and metabolism in red blood cells. So they were researching the physiological effects of carbonated water, and it's been found that to induce the feelings of fullness and gastric motility, that's movement of food through the body, both of which could reduce hunger. They analyzed data. They found that carbonated water may support weight loss by converting to HCO3, a byproduct of metabolism. So carbonated water, folks. And that, I'm having a Coke or a Pepsi. Oh, that's carbonated water.
All it is carbonated water.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's a ton of sugar in
The
it,
hell,
dude.
not diet Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew is delicious. It's like the perfect elixir.
Yeah, great. Yeah. So, and diet drinks have their own issues with the artificial sweeteners,
Great.
and there's been research that people that drink diet drinks eat more food. So it like totally negates any calorie cutting.
The diet root beer
whatsoever.
makes it taste better.
Anyway, dude, just if you want sparkling water, I drink 0-calorie sparkling water. I'll put a couple of squirts of lemon or lime juice sometimes in, which accounts for like 0 calories, but it gives you a little bit of flavor.
Why don't you put it in a squirt bottle and give yourself a sparkling enema, all right? You and your sparkling water.
What's the matter with
Look
you?
at you, man. Look at you poo-pooing all of us Diet Coke drinkers.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Why don't you put a little squirt of lemon in it?
Extra squirts his little Mio in it.
I'm just saying, cut the sugary carbonated drinks out, man. That's what I'm saying.
No thanks.
All right. 8:54 at the MJ Morning Show. That brings to an end over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. Hey, there's more in that whole Baldani and what's her face? Blake Lively lawsuit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Michelle's got a lot to say.
Bring it on.
There's a whole new little road of activity with the whole Blake Lively lawsuit. So we'll get to that coming up in just a minute. Oh, are we about to get whacked with higher food prices just in time for the Super Bowl and something in particular? Oh, and women are pissed at what guys are doing. Guys are like invading women's space. How, what, where, when, why? Fill you in next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. And 9:02 at the MJ Morning Show. MJ, Fester, Michelle, most likely going to be in most of this week while the hunt is still on for a new MJ Morning Show cast member. And Michelle's face is like 99.2% better.
Okay.
All right. If you saw Michelle's bloodied face from last week after her laser procedure, oh, the things you do. So if you did not see it, you can see the image on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. Certified MJ Radio. You will be horrified at Michelle's face. It looks like a crime scene. And the video is on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio, and then compare it with Michelle here in studio on MJ TV right now. Andrew, take Michelle's camera. Push up Michelle. It's night and day. You will not believe the difference. It's unbelievable. What a difference, 5 days makes?
Yeah, 5 days.
Yep. And then you're done with that for a while, right?
Just for a little while. Oh, I'm getting my neck and chest done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When does that happen?
In about a week.
Yeah, can't wait to see the bloody chest pictures.
Bloody boob pictures.
So, MJ, here's the problem.
She's going to open up a bloody OnlyFans account.
No.
Yes.
I'll give you $4.99 a month.
What do you have?
So, listen, here's the issue, MJ.
Yeah. What issue?
The issue is last week, she obviously looked like she had a skin treatment. And you could pass that through. You know, people say, oh, my gosh, she had a skin treatment. Look at the blood and guts on her face.
Mm-hmm.
But now she's just bruised in the face.
Oh, now it looks like I beat her?
Yeah. You go, let's say you go like to Nona's Slice House for lunch on Wednesday, and she has bruises on her face. They're like, what the hell is MJ doing around there?
Well, they're not open for lunch on Wednesday.
Whatever. Then we'll go somewhere else.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday for lunch.
You go to Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
They're open.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I go to a lot of Pizza Huts.
I'm just saying, insert name of restaurant
Pizza
here.
Huts are mostly all carry out these days, aren't they?
I saw a bum sitting on the stoop outside, and he was just there just eating.
Aren't Pizza Huts are there any sit-down Pizza Hut restaurants anymore?
You used to go to Pizza Hut all the time.
Yeah, they used to be on Gandy.
Yep.
They used to be, when we first moved to town,
Yep.
the whole crew from the Power Pig, we used to go to it was like $7.99 all-you-can-eat pizza buffet.
Yep.
Used to go there, sit there for 2 hours and shove our faces. Seriously. Yeah, I think those days are over.
Over.
Yep. All right. Final hour, MJ Morning Show. I teased this before the break. Men are doing this and women are not happy. Men are, I wonder if this is like new as far as the volume of guys, but complaints are rolling in about men that are frequenting usually female-dominated yoga and Pilates classes. So the guys like going in, trying to up their odds or chances of meeting somebody in a highly dense female environment where most of the customers, most of the clientele are females by going to a Pilates class or to female yoga. And what I had seen is that women are not happy about it, that the women, really exude some hate. Like, what is this guy doing here? I want to be in a room with all women. I don't want a guy in here.
Oh, diversity, inclusion, and equity is all...
It's canceled there, too.
All good until it's the yoga room. I mean, listen, hey, it is what it is. Good for them.
Well,
Equality for all.
And, Michelle, I guess this is happening on social media, that women are calling out guys that are showing up now at their Pilates and their yoga classes.
Do you want to go to yoga?
No, I don't.
Do you want to go to Pilates?
I don't.
How about you, Fester?
I don't.
Do you want to go to yoga?
Yeah, I want to see yoga. I want to see Fester in a yoga class.
Dude, I'll go and bring a folding chair and sit in the back row.
You won't even see Fester in a yogurt class.
I mean, case in point. So why are these other guys going?
Maybe a frozen yogurt class.
Listen, I think
all you can eat.
I think there are plenty of guys who are into yoga, and if you're trying to meet somebody who's like that, you got to go where the ladies are. Are they going to just pick up on the women, or are they just in the class for the sake of being in the class?
Well, I think that's the question.
Anybody listening? Any women that go to Pilates and yoga classes or other similar type, usually female-dominated classes, and suddenly you got some lecherous, creepy guys honing in on the action?
Many years ago.
Trolling? Let me give out the phone number. 800-990-1047. Any women out there? Have you had suddenly a guy or two show up to your yoga class? All women, all the time. All women, all the time. All right, any women out there that have been to some of these classes and suddenly you got a creepy guy that starts lurking? 800, or maybe beyond yoga or Pilates, anything else? Maybe pottery class, I don't know. 800-990-1047. Anything to add here? 800-990-1047 gets you in. Yes, Fester.
Many years ago.
Or if there are any guys out there that are creeping. All right, go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to give the phone number
Go ahead.
one more time?
No.
Many years ago, I was invited to, and I don't know why I was invited, but I was invited to a spin class.
Oh, God.
I knew the person who was teaching the spin class.
Did you break the welds on the bike frame?
He's like, hey, man, you should come to my spin class. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a terrible...
my spin class.
So I went.
You spin out of control and you fling your body through a window.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a...
Didn't you love it?
It was an hour-long class, and I kept...
Dude, you couldn't go for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because I kept up for like 5 minutes.
There you go.
And for like the other 55 minutes, I'm sitting in the back row just kind of... But there were more beautiful women in that class than you knew what to do with.
Oh, my God, look at the phones.
Wait.
Every line is ringing in here. I hit on something.
Did you read what the complaints are?
What are they? Are they pitting on them, or is it just that they're in the room?
The men are grunting,
slurping,
and heavy breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
gross.
I didn't get there yet, but Michelle got there. So
You should make love to me. Where there's
Fester, will you stop?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
You're making people hurl right now,
or turning them on.
All right. So the women are saying that these lessons or these classes are supposed to be peaceful and quiet, and some of the men are disrupting by breathing heavily, and some guy slurping out of his water bottle, I guess. Every line is ringing. 800-990-1047 if you've got anything to say about this. I'd love to hear from women where suddenly the guys are honing in on the action. So, how many are like trying to pick up women? Let me start with Angela in Tampa. Angela, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hello, Angela.
Hello. Yeah, I don't think they're there to pick up women. I think, well, I'm an instructor, and I see more men in all classes. I think they're just seeing the benefit of flexibility training and yoga and Pilates.
Well, Angela, what kind of an instructor? What type of class?
I mean, I teach all kinds of classes: Pilates, body pump, core classes, and I just see an increase in men in the last couple of years.
Wow. And then what about the women that are saying that they're like secretly disgusted that the men are in the class?
I don't know. I haven't seen that.
Do you think
what
the men?
I see in my classes is it's spouses, significant others, and men that are, I think, runners that tell me that it helps increase their race pace because they're adding flexibility.
Okay.
Is it changing the dynamic?
I personally think it's awesome.
Is it changing the dynamic of the class having these men in there who men don't work out silently? I've not that I know this firsthand, but
Well,
I've
that's
heard.
part of the complaint is
Yeah.
they're grunting and moaning and.
But you think of a yoga class, you think of something that's silent.
Yeah,
and
I don't know
you're
how
doing
much
downward dog and-
grunting and moaning do you do in a yoga class?
Yeah, but you get a bunch of guys in there and like,
Well, what if they rip
I
one?
think it's, I was going to say, I think it's other bodily functions. Not
Yeah,
groaning.
you ever have someone rip one in a class?
Yep.
nothing you can do, right, Ange? You just got to let it go, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Rip an ass.
Have you ever tooted as a teacher? Have you ever had a teacher toot?
I have not.
All right, you're lying. That took you too long to answer.
But I haven't heard it.
What is this, like Toot Talk?
Yeah.
Angela, thanks for the call. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, welcome to Toot Talk with Angela, the
Thank
Pilates
you.
instructor.
Let me grab Andy in St. Pete. Andy, MJ Morning Show.
Yeah, I initially started dancing and started going to yoga because I felt if I wanted to have another girlfriend, I wanted her to be one of those two types of people. But then I got a lot of benefit out of yoga. And
So wait a minute, you did go to yoga to try to meet women? That was your initial call?
well, if you want to date a yogi, you got to know where they're at.
Yeah, you got to go to the girls.
All right.
You want to date?
Were you successful, Andy, in finding a yoga girl?
Well, I'm talking with my yoga instructor right now, and who knows, it might go someplace. Hasn't yet, but
Oh, wow. Oh, so you're hitting on the instructor.
That wasn't my initial intention, but that's kind of where it went. Yeah.
Wow. And how long have you been operating this scheme?
About 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, MJ, it's not a scheme. It's like if you want to meet
That's
somebody.
a big investment. 3 years hasn't paid off yet.
Yeah, about to say. I mean, you step your game up a little bit, Andy. 3 years. Oof.
I was told being a comedian was a good way to pick up women. I've been doing it for 50 years. I'll let you know how that works out.
All right.
Listen, I mean, if you want to pick up women, get a job at the jail. I mean, what are you talking about, Andy? It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, prison babes.
Oh, the best.
Yeah. Tony in Bradenton. Tony, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
That was good. How do you follow that one up? Yeah. If you want to meet girls, it's a great place to go to. You know, and just like most guys will go to the supermarkets in the evenings too, you know, and pick up girls there. Me personally, I would go there wearing a pineapple shirt.
Wearing what?
Oh.
Pineapple shirt.
Oh, the upside down pineapples or whatever?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. All right, Tony. Thank you.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Creep.
One more. Sean in Tampa. Sean, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Morning, gentlemen and ma'am.
Yeah.
I think the reason why men are going to these classes, it started out as revenge because women were invading men's gym spaces and making us uncomfortable where we work out at, wearing these scantily clad outfits, then trying to film us and call us creeps. So I figured that started out as a revenge, but invade their space and make them feel uncomfortable so they can see exactly what it feels like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All right. But I think that I might be way off base here, but I think women belong more in a regular health club and gym situation than guys belong in like a yoga or Pilates class.
And you're the problem with society right now.
There we go.
Understand all that.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just say one more thing?
No.
Okay.
You got to know your place.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding, Michelle. Of course you could say
So
something else.
in the article, the one with this one female says, "Why must men make so much unnecessary noise just existing?" And what is the one thing I always say about you?
That you hate me just existing?
No.
What?
You're noisy, you. Even Chloe yesterday in the kitchen, she and I were trying to work, and we were like, go away. And you're like, what? I'm not doing anything.
Oh,
and you're just like moving around, and we're like, you just being around makes noise and distraction.
So
go away.
just me being in the room, just me standing there, not actually talking, I still generate noise?
Yes, I'm sleeping, and you walk in the room, and I'm instantly awakened, and you're like, you're sleeping. And I'm like, not the minute you approach me.
My footsteps are too heavy.
Yes.
I mean, MJ, even just the grunts of life. I mean,
the grunts of life.
You and I would make terrible ninjas. You know, I get out of my recliner. It's, I get up, or I yawn and it's everything's a grunt or a moan or an audible exhale.
You could never be a spy.
Here's Fester approaching. That's why you know Fester's coming.
Listen, and I have my own theme music.
That's Fester approaching. Hey, had a great time. Michelle and I went to this event, a wine event, on Saturday night. And I've been invited to this multiple years, but I couldn't make it work. Last year I was, where was I? Last year I was was it Indonesia last year?
Yep.
Yeah. Last year I couldn't make it because I was with Chloe in Indonesia, scuba diving. But Bellavino, which is in Bel Air. Bellavino, which is a great wine shop, a great curated wine selection. Every year, Bellavino has a wine tasting event, and on Saturday night, it was at the Sheraton Sand Key. And Michelle and I went to this thing, and there were over 100 wines, and just a great presentation. I mean, that room was amazing. So they had all these 19 or 20 wine tables around the whole room, and then in each corner there was a food station
and a band.
There was a band.
Mm-hmm.
They had all kinds of pastas and prime rib and cheese and pizza, and it was really cool. So, thanks again for the invite from Bellavino Wine and Cheese Market in Bel Air, where that is a great shop. I purchased some things from him over the years, but it's a really nicely curated wine selection.
Michelle, did you notice if the band had a fiddle?
They did not have a fiddle.
No, I'm not interested.
So thanks, Bellavino. I look forward to showing up next year. I'll see if they invite me. I don't think I made too much of a scene.
You didn't fall out there sloppy drunk?
I did drop the wine glass they gave you, and I broke it. I did. I broke the wine glass.
Did you whiz in the big planter outside of the Sheraton
no,
St.
I did. No, I did. Stop it, Fester.
Somebody call my Uber. You know who I am?
Heads
I'm
up.
the radio guy.
Heads up, Fester. We can knock it off.
I'm going to talk about you on the radio.
I wasn't.
This has been wonderful. You know what this band needs? A fiddle. You guys play bluegrass?
Fester, I would have blown a 0.0.
After sampling 100 wines?
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, he didn't sample 100.
Yeah, I sampled maybe a dozen.
Maybe
a dozen.
But hang on a minute.
No, but it's like...
Michelle,
is it a 1 ounce
Michelle,
pour?
How?
Yeah. No. It's less.
Not even. Michelle, I had my pours 3 times smaller than the normal pour.
Right.
It's a taste. I probably the whole night I didn't have a full glass of wine.
Did you have a wine spit bucket?
There were wine spit buckets. You're right. Not like that one.
Shove it around your neck.
Yeah, I think it was more to wash your glass out with water and then pour it in.
You had a little Haktua bucket on the side?
I had a great time. No, Haktua was later on that night. Thanks to Bellavino Wine and Cheese Market, Bel Air.
No, Michelle, sample more wine.
Really nice event. We'll see if I get invited next year. Hey, I mentioned just in time for the Super Bowl, price increase. So there's concern because tariffs were placed on Canada, Mexico, and the Super Bowl is Sunday. Are we going to see some kind of jam up in avocado prices? Do you know that?
Is this? Am I in real life? I saw a senator or a representative holding up an avocado, and he's like, your Super Bowl party will cost more because of the avocado in
Well,
Mexico.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
How much is it going to cost? $20 an avocado?
No, well, Mexico's been hit with a 25% tariff.
Fine.
And Canada's been hit with a 25% tariff. So, there is the high possibility that
Avocados from Mexico
will be $17 a piece this weekend.
Oh, no.
No, I'm kidding.
My poutine guacamole with maple syrup is going to go through the roof this year.
Oh, that sounds gross.
Heavens, no.
No, but here's a report that America's favorite beer,
Corona,
avocados, and also stuff from Canada. You got to realize that it is, I don't know the exact percentage, but I would say 80%, 75% of the fruits and vegetables that are sold in the U.S. probably are grown in Mexico. There's a lot. Maybe not that. Maybe 50. See if you can find. Hey, Andrew, see if you can find what percentage of fruits and vegetables come to the United States from Mexico.
Yeah, it's a lot more than just avocados.
See what the number is. Oh, yeah, it is. It's a whole lot more than.
Avocados from Mexico.
That's a lot of stuff comes there. But from Canada, Canadian items, a lot of lumber comes from Canada.
They break it up.
Yeah.
69% of U.S. vegetables and 51% of U.S. fresh fruit.
Look at that. So I wasn't far off. I was kind of in the zone.
Good thing I don't eat fresh fruit or vegetables.
Yeah, we could
It's
tell.
not going to affect you.
Not going to bother me at all.
Yeah, we could tell, Fez, there.
I mean, my cheese curds come from Wisconsin. My maple syrup comes from Vermont. Suck it, Canada.
All right. So when we get back, final segment of the MJ Morning Show. You know who's going to join us? Billy Howard. You know the consumer protection lawyer? He's filing a lawsuit today because he has a client that got like a crazy $7,000 water bill.
I saw that guy. The new house.
Hold on. There are a couple.
He just bought a house.
There's a Pinellas story, and then there's a Tampa story.
I saw somebody call Benkin about it.
All right. Well, hang on a minute. For whatever reason, there are a lot of stories about crazy water bills. So hang on. Got that coming up. You got some Hollywood stuff. Michelle wants to weigh in on the whole Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds lawsuit. Now you've got Justin Baldoni hitting back, claiming that I've got texts that show that she's lying.
Yep.
So, wow. All right. A lot of stuff in the final segment. MJ Morning Show next here on Q105, 104.7 FM. My friend. The litigants are entering the courtroom. I got to get the consumer protection lawyer on the phone. He's got a doozy. I guess he's filing a lawsuit today. Yeah, something's going on. Got to call, Billy Howard, the consumer protection lawyer. All right, hang on a minute. Get him on the phone. All right, let's see. 813. Let me turn this damn music off. It's driving me nuts.
No, I like the music.
What?
I like the music a lot.
Want me to turn it back on? I can turn the music back on. Let me dial him first, though. All right, hang on a minute. 813. All right, calling Billy Howard, the consumer protection lawyer. There you go. There's your music, yeah.
You have reached Better Call Billy. Thank you for calling, MJ. How can I help you?
Better than Better Call Saul. Billy Howard, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show. So you dropped me you dropped me a text over the weekend. You're gonna file a suit against the city of Tampa Water Department?
Yes, we are. And so let's talk about, first of all, why it's better to call Better Call Billy than Better Call Bankin'. So she's a great reporter, and she might get your money back, but I can get your money back and put money in your pocket, because this case, which is absolutely outrageous, they are trying to collect a $7,000 bill, and they took $4,000 from my client. And so when we file this lawsuit today with your help, I'm going to get to that in a second.
Well, Billy, I don't want Tampa Water to retaliate and shut my water off, you know?
Hey, if they do that, then you're going to be able to buy a super mansion on the bay, because here's what happens. You get to go in front of a jury and say, Better Call Banking, maybe get your money back. I'll get your money back, and then they'll have to give you whatever damage you suffered.
All right, so start from the beginning. What the hell's going on? You got a client.
Jury and say, what do you give this lady for being, having money stolen from her? And then they yelled at her, called her a liar, and were rude.
Hold on a minute. There's a lot here. All right, you got to start from the beginning. What happens? I need the story. What's the start of this story?
So the start of the story is a friend of mine saw the Better Call Billy sign at our baseball field and called me and said, Billy, and I sent you the text.
Yep.
He said, they just stole $4,000 from my account, and they say that I owe that for a monthly bill.
All right, how did they steal money from the account? Like they debited the account?
They had it on auto draft because their bill was $300, $200 to $300 each month. They set it up to be.
Why is their bill? My bill is averaging like $150 a month with garbage and sewer and water. Why is their bill $300 a month?
MJ, you always ask the best questions. Who the hell knows? I mean, the Tampa Bay Rays don't have a $7,000 per month water bill, I don't think.
All right, so the client gets a crazy water bill, then City of Tampa Water just auto debits the account?
Correct, for $4,200.
All right, now I'm looking at a water bill here. Amount due $5,183. I see at some point last billing was $7,152. What's that about?
MJ, I have no idea. I mean but here's what I need you guys help.
Yeah.
So not like the Netflix case, which is the one we last talked about, where you got clients that want to buy a purple Lamborghini because their TV went out for 30 seconds and they punched the TV and hurt their hand, and they want me to sue them.
Right.
So this is a lot different, right?
Yeah.
And so, but I need a tagline from you guys. So I haven't been able to come up with one. I mean, it's raining bills, hallelujah. I mean, I don't know. What is it?
Oh, I got to think.
Here's the thing. I have not, when we did the Netflix case, I filed it right when we got off the phone. So I need you and Fester, and I don't know if Michelle's still in the store.
She
studio.
is. Yep.
We got to figure it out.
Right.
She's the one that brings sanity to your show, by the way. I love it.
We noticed that. We love her for it.
Yeah. I got tons of people saying that we ought to stop the search for a new member of the MJ Morning Show. Just bring in Michelle full time. Listen, Michelle's been on the phone for the last 30 years. Maybe just bring her in full time on the show.
So you need a tagline.
Suck a little more money out of Beasley.
Very little, by the way. I mean,
she's a lawyer.
I need
plus, Billy, my wife's a lawyer too, right?
Of course I know that.
All right. We need a tagline.
I need a tagline besides, this is a bullshit. Can I say bullshit on the air?
No, you can't. I got to dump that.
I mean, you can, right? It was fleeting passing, right?
Okay. Tell me when we're back.
We're back. We're back.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So we need a better tagline than "This is BS" or me singing "It's raining bills."
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Right.
Yeah, we do. All right. Hold on.
Let me think about it. Something about high water bills. Oh, something about getting soaked.
I like it.
Yeah, getting soaked by the getting soaked by the water department.
And here's the thing: there's a lot of other people that after they made my client cry and hung up.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Look, let me be clear. I've never really had a problem with the City of Tampa Water Department. I've had questions about my bill. So let me just be very clear. MJ Todd Schnitt, I've always had very good service and experience with the City of Tampa Water Department.
I mean, I'm sure the vast majority has, and that's the case in most lawsuits where the vast majority have a good experience.
Right, but how
these outliers?
How the hell does the water department make your client cry?
Well, because they just called, and it's not them. I mean, look, you're right. They're not like these scumbag banks and debt collectors that just harass people for a living. I mean,
yeah, the charter for the City of Tampa Water Department is not to make customers cry and berate them.
Right. So they called. So my client called back, and the guy told her she was lying, yelled at her, spoke to her in a demeaning fashion, like she didn't know what she was talking about. When she explained, look, I've been paying $200 or $300 a month for for years. So there's obviously a problem. And he started screaming at her, telling her that she was lying, and then hung up. So that...
I don't think that's in the employee training handbook.
All right.
Right, but you know what? Here's what happens in a lawsuit. I'm going to get a good, in this case, I'm going to look into my crystal ball. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to call, and they're going to say, Billy, you got us. We're going to give you your money back. Hope she's happy. And I'm going to say, not so fast, my friend.
Oh, she's got psychological and emotional damage.
Yes.
In whatever that is.
She's got pain and suffering.
What's the lack
Is
of
she going to
sex
buy a
one?
purple Lamborghini?
Oh, she's got lack of consortium.
Yeah, they couldn't do it because of the high water bills.
Stop.
But the point is, she's going to get some money for being talked to, yelled at, being harassed. And the other thing about these cases is not only do they have to pay my client her damages, whatever a jury would give her, they have to pay me $1,000 an hour.
Oh, I'm telling you right, Billy, I think you got to work in some IIED in there as well. That's intentional infliction of emotional distress.
You know what it is, MJ?
Yeah.
You don't even have to go to that high of a standard.
Okay.
All you have to do is say, based upon what actually happened to this client, what do you think she's entitled to? And then, a lot of times that's hard to put a number on, and you just say, as opposed to going through all this stuff, what would you take? Would you take $10,000 not to go through this? And meanwhile, while they're screwing around doing this, their clock is running that they're going to have to pay me $1,000 an hour. So usually these cases settle pretty quick. And
does the city of Tampa attorney know that you're coming after them? Or are they hearing it right now for the very first time?
They're hearing it for the very first time. But that's a good thing. And that's why I always say juries and the media are the cases that get cases resolved, because it's real easy to sit around in your cubicle and deny things. It's different when all of a sudden you say, hey, you're actually screwing these people over. We need to do the right thing.
Billy, is the meter showing that this house consumed this amount of water, or is it purely a reading error?
It looks like it's just an error on the people collecting the debt. So it is not. They actually brought somebody out to check and make sure that there wasn't, a real problem, that there was some massive leak. But like you said, there's no leak really that big that's going to be
massive leak. You could fill 20 swimming pools with the water that.
I mean, yeah, but if there's a busted pipe in your yard and
Yeah.
you have a reasonable sized yard, you might not notice it.
But not for $7,000.
That's
Fetzer, figure out a name.
$7 grand is a river.
We are
The
going.
only, unless you have like a waterfall in your front yard, maybe then. But other than that, I don't think that's gonna go unnoticed.
What if I'm single-handedly refilling the aquifer? All right.
I'll think of some kind of a catchphrase or
Billy,
something.
how about this? This is the best I got so far.
What's that?
We are going to waterboard the waterboard.
That sucks.
Huh? We waterboarded
Sir,
terrorists.
you ought to be suspended for
Didn't we
that.
put guys in ISIS and waterboarding, right? That's a big thing for a while.
Where's Michelle when we need her?
She's right here.
I'm right here, but I can't think of anything.
Yeah, she's shaking her head at us, Billy.
Hey, I can't think of it either, or else I would have filed it. I mean, my daughter's knee went out. I was in the emergency room yesterday. They said as a bone was about to pop out of her leg, we're going to get to you right after these two sick people. And I said, my daughter's bone is about to pop out of her leg. Can you see us now? And so besides that and my son leading his team to the championship yesterday, I have not been able to come up with a catchphrase. But I want to do this. I'm going to give you guys till noon to come up with a catchphrase.
All right.
And then I'm going to put it on the front of the lawsuit, because the lawsuit's ready to be filed. I just need something that we're going to get the attention of people. And on a serious note, this has happened to a lot of people. The husband called afterwards and talked to somebody, and the guy told him, hey, we're getting a lot of these complaints. So my client is not alone. And you can better call Billy, call me on my cell, 774-1416 if this is happening to you, and we'll go get them for
All
you.
right. 813-774-1416. That's
It's raining bills.
Yeah, yeah,
Hallelujah.
yeah.
No.
water,
I need
daughter,
something.
slaughter.
All right, what about
All
this?
right.
Somebody just texted this to me.
Yeah.
Splish, splash, don't let the, splish, damn it. Splish, splash, all I
What
did
is this,
was
your first day on the radio?
Oh, I'm reading a tiny text thing here.
Yeah.
Splish, splash, all I did was take a bath.
Splish splash. This is harass.
We'll come up with something.
Anytime you can work ass into it, Billy, it grabs headlines.
All right, Billy, well, let us know what's going on. Let us know what happens if they settle. But I still want to know if the water department is claiming that they utilized all this water or if it's just really a reading error or some type of computer error. That's what you need to get to the bottom of.
Yeah, well, they'll get to the bottom of this. I'm going to get to the bottom of them getting my clients' money back as quick as possible and getting other people's money back as quick as possible. You need to give me a tagline. I will put it in the lawsuit.
all right.
I like the splish splash, and then we'll get it filed, and I'll send it to you.
All right, I'll think of something. All right, I'll talk to you
All
soon.
right, MJ,
yes.
one more thing.
Yeah.
So you guys are sponsoring the Gasparilla race. I just heard it. We meet at our church. I've been doing it for 20 years. They're running to make God's love real. I'll give you guys a T-shirt. Meet us at 8:30 at Hyde Park United Methodist. We'll have about 100 people, and we walk down to the race and walk and run it together. And you guys are invited, and anybody who wants to come is invited.
How about Splish Splash? They're stealing her cash.
Oh.
Bingo!
Oh, my God.
Splish Splash, they stole her cash.
There you go.
There you go.
And, here's what the defense is going to be to this, MJ.
Yep.
Well, we're not collecting, Billy. It's not harassment because we're not collecting. And the answer to that is you already collected it. And splish splash, you stole her cash.
All right, there you go. All right, I got to go.
All right, buddy.
All right, Bill.
Thanks,
Talk to you
guys.
soon. There we go. Boom. In like Flynn.
The big difference between hiring Billy and calling Benkin is she doesn't yell at you. I just want to say. I mean, Shannon Benkin is a consummate professional who will listen to you and help resolution.
Listen, she doesn't.
But she doesn't get right up in your face and you splish splash. They took your cash. Pay me $1,000 an hour. She is.
You gotta love Billy though.
Ethical journalism, who I have nothing but respect for.
Bacon doesn't. Well, he said she's a good.
Yeah, but
he said that Bacon's a good
He's like,
journalist.
call me and I'll get you paid. I'm like, no, just settle my water bill. That's all I want.
All right. What time? Oh man, 9:45. What the?
We're done.
Pretty close.
We're out of here.
We're just about done. Yeah, Michelle and I got to go to the gym now. It's Monday. It means we got to go to the gym. Oh, we didn't talk about. There's been a little shift in my house.
Like a sinkhole?
Chloe did a couple of test drives over the weekend. Yeah, it's car shopping time. So
Yep.
we got a number of dealers. We still haven't. There are like 4 or 5 more that we have to go to, but we started the process of Chloe.
Getting a car?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get into this tomorrow. Michelle will be back tomorrow morning, so we'll talk about that coming up tomorrow morning. There's a lot of stuff I didn't get to today.
Yeah. We didn't get to Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni.
We can get to that quickly here.
No, that's not a quick one.
All right,
That's
all
tomorrow.
right. We'll save it for no. Well, headline-wise, Justin Baldoni has put out some texts from Blake Lively that have never been released before, and it doesn't look good for Blake Lively. This could undermine her whole situation.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
And their texts are not just from Blake; they're from Ryan.
Oh yeah,
Well.
yeah. So this potentially is a game changer. This could stop Blake Lively's lawsuit against Baldoni dead in its tracks.
Yep.
Unless, of course, Blake hires Billy. Then he will yell the guy into submission.
Oh, man. I didn't get to the Botox story. I didn't get to, man, I got this. What time is it? Not? Yeah, we got to end. We got to shut it down here. But I got a lot of stuff for tomorrow. So it's going to be a rock solid week. Oh, if you want to see something soothing, if you're having a stressful day, you want to see a dolphin in my backyard yesterday.
Did it beach itself or was it swimming?
No, it's swimming in
okay.
the water in my house or behind my house, on Tampa Bay. And I had a clever little cutesy wootsy little caption. Who says the Dolphins don't play in Tampa Bay? This dolphin is having a nice time right behind my house, just swimming and coming up and down. And
That's your caption?
What?
Who says the Dolphins don't play in Tampa Bay?
Yeah, the Dolphin was clearly playing in Tampa Bay yesterday.
It's about the dumbest thing you could have
Okay,
put.
great. Anyway, you want to see a nice soothing video of a great looking big dolphin in my backyard. Go to Certified MJ Radio on Instagram. It's the first item. Last item posted is the video. Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio. Michelle, is there anything else you'd like to add
Not
before
right now.
we shut things down?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Michelle, for sitting in.
You're welcome.
All right, Fester, I don't know what you were yakking about all day, but...
Me neither.
All
But we'll
right.
do it again tomorrow.
Oh, we got to try the Wendy's thing.
We have to do it together because, I really try to limit our time outside of work.
After the gym, let's try to buy the 9-patty Wendy's hamburger.
Why don't you and Michelle go on your way home?
Gross, no.
I'd much rather see Michelle jam 9 patties in her face than you. You're welcome.
All right, if you don't know about this alleged T-Rex secret menu item at Wendy's, it's 9 burger patties and 9 slices of American cheese. And apparently you can go to Wendy's and just order the T-Rex, and it should be between $22 and $30 for 9 burger patties. So we're going to test it out, shoot a video, and see if it actually comes to fruition. We'll see you back here tomorrow, folks, on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. And do me a favor, folks, please, whatever you do, let's be careful out there.
The Q105 app is your connection to all the big contests, powered by Anajar and Levine.